Peace and much love, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. We got something very exciting for y'all here today. So trust me, you don't want to go nowhere. Hit the like and share button on your way in. Let me know, how does my audio sound? Let me say good vibes, positive energy, all that good stuff to everyone in the building. Appreciate you for being here. Could have been anywhere else, so I appreciate that. Today's title is going to be Jesus, Archetype or Real Man. And I throw the word Gnostic and Gnosticism around with y'all a lot, so I really want to go into because a lot of people say, Sanchez, but you use the Bible. All right, but I don't use it the way you use it. I'm not a believer, I'm a knower. Now that seems egotistical. But what is it that I know exactly? I know the original meaning behind the archetypes in the book that you call the Bible. So I'm going to answer the question. I'm going to say archetype. And before we start, I forgot we need to put a poll up because I'm sure you guys would appreciate that, since the title is a question, and we'll let you guys have at it in the chat as well. You know what? Let's end that. Let's end that real quick. I just thought about it. That's not a good one. Let's put a third option. Hold up, everybody. That ain't the way that's supposed to go. This is the way it's supposed to go. Now that we got the poll up, I'm going to do my thing on my end. I'm going to let y'all have the poll out there, and I'm going to focus over here. So I want to go into like what is it that I know, because when people say, well, I'm a Gnostic, I know, I don't believe. Well, people believe Jesus was a real man. The reason they believe it because there's no proof, there's no way you can know it, so it's based upon faith and belief. And I don't care what church you go to, they're going to tell you you need faith, you need belief, because there isn't enough data to deem it a fact. So it's still a religious belief. But the thing is this: if you choose Jesus being a real man, you have to believe. But if you choose Jesus being an archetype, it's knowledge behind this archetype that you can actually know. Now, the question is, do you know it or you don't? If you know the knowledge, you're in the know, you're a Gnostic. You're part of the Gnosis. If you don't, you're a part of the church, the papacy, and the belief system that they call Christ. But there is two totally different things going on. We're going to break them down. One of them relates to an entity called the church trying to steal your power. One of them relates to the ancestors who were the original creators of these archetypes trying to reveal your power. I'll drop a bomb on that one. All right. And I'm going to show y'all what I mean by that here. And before we get into anything, when we say the word Gnostic, right? A lot of people may say, well, excuse me, they may say, well, what happened to the Gnostics? How was they silenced? Boom, a little history of the Gnostics. You know what I'm saying? So here's a detailed, compelling lesson about what the Gnostics taught. And not necessarily what they taught, but what they stood for. Just a little bit about Gnosticism before we start deciphering Christ and the symbolism, if that's okay with y'all. So when we talk about a concept called the Kundalini, I don't know if many of you all are familiar with it, but this was the original teaching behind the Christ archetype. So the core thesis of what Gnostics thought about Jesus. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to blend ancient history, esoteric symbolism, and power dynamics in a way that's engaging. It's going to be thought-provoking. So check this out, right? The ancient Gnostics, right? My camera on? Oh, yeah, I'm still on live. So the ancient Gnostics, they taught that salvation is basically an inner awakening. Now, let me explain something to you. When we talk Gnosticism, Gnostics predate the church. They predate the concept of Gnosticism, predates the concept of Christianity and a Messiah. Do me one little instant favor. Drop a 1 in the chat room if everything rocking smoothly. Now check this out, guys. Take it in. I'm dropping none but Jews. I'm finna continue. So the concept of resurrection is an ancient concept that predates Christ itself. So now what we're going to get into is how the ancients taught about resurrection prior to Christ. Why that's important, so you can see how they were silenced and what exactly the church did to get us where we at today. Because what the church represent is a institutionalized belief system that is rising up at a certain time on the earth to become the government authority. And I have several videos on that. When I'm done with this stream, I'll add those in the video description area because I forgot. And if I forget, then remind me in the comment section if you're watching this on a replay and you notice it. I do watch the comments. But this represents a time when the Gnostics were silenced. Is a time when the church doctrine was reaching a point of military power, popularity, the majority rule, and they were going on crusades. Now the question is, who were the people that was being burnt at the stake? We finna talk about them. They were the Gnostics. These are the same people being crucified in the theological setting today. Why were they being crucified? Well, the church represent the beginning of messiahs, saviors, something to save you, right? Because why? What does Jesus really represent in the way that the papacy and the church teach him to us? As a literal figure that walked the earth. He represents a savior for all mankind, basically the symbol of sin that manifested, took the brunt of all sin. We're going to get into all that. That's important for where I'm going to go later. Jesus represents a savior figure. There were many before him, and all pagan. Why pagan, Sanchez? Because anything other than self-consciousness is God consciousness. You have two things that represent the Gnostics versus the church. The Gnostics were using archetypes to teach about the self. The church was taking the archetypes literally to hide your power. So I'm going to go back here. Let me take a minute here. Because I think what'll be dope while I'm doing this, to throw the thumbnail up and do a split screen here for y'all so we can see here. Bam. Yeah, so let's get into this. So, and we're not going to get on this thumbnail yet. I just want it there while I talk for now. Remember that Moses was part of the Gnosis. The word wise man means knowledgeable one. And it just meant you have always had two people on the earth. People that took the archetypes literally, they became believers and they lacked the knowledge of self and they start believing in outside saviors and messiahs. The world powers catered to that. That's the invention of the world powers. There was a new institution arising on the earth that wanted to control the minds of the masses and reduce them to a level of thinking on a peasant level. And the only way they can do that was to get rid of the ancient symbols that would make them think like gods and put them on a very advanced way of thinking. So how did they do that? They went around with physical force, and it took a lot of misrepresentation of these symbols to where the Gnostics was using these symbols to teach about the Kundalini serpent energy inside of us. And the church said, listen, in order for us to hide that beautiful truth and keep them in a low state, we're going to make them take these archetypes literally. That way they will believe in outside entities for their power versus knowing that this God character represents your inner power, which is what Gnosticism is founded on. And we finna get deep into that. So basically, in a nutshell, the church represents the rise of God consciousness. And before that, what you had was self-consciousness, the knowledge of self. Now you have the knowledge of God and quoting scriptures, these scripture quoting behind these scripture quoting cats. You know what I'm saying, man? And taking it literally. So it's so much to unpack, I just don't know where to begin. Let's continue with the history of Gnosticism and how they were silenced before we get deep and start getting into the symbolism. The church represent an institutionalized authority that wanted to rise up over everyone that wanted a Messiah. Then they was given one, the government. Because the thing about it is, the first Messiahs taught that the only way you can access heaven is through them. Christ ain't the first one to teach that. So there were messiahs that the church had that was said that you cannot access the heavens unless you go through them. So the church represented a mediator coming to the earth, a mediator in between man and the heavens. And before that, there was no mediator. Shout out to Dolph. Oh, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that for real, man. Salutes back to you. So the church represents a mediator. And before that, see, why did we need a mediator? What was the threat that the Gnostics proposed? The Gnostics taught every human liberation, meaning the knowledge of ascension. That was the knowledge of the Kundalini rising. So if you look up Kundalini rising, this was the original knowledge that people was teaching before Christ. Before it was taught that Christ would be lifted up or Christ would be risen, it was taught that the Kundalini within yourself would be risen. So Kundalini rising refers to the awakening of dormant spiritual energy, often depicted as a serpent at the base of the spine. We all should be familiar with this, so I don't really have to do too much reading. We need to get the basis of Gnosticism here. So Jesus is an archetype, is a personification and a symbol of this spiritual force, this energy that is at the base of all of our spines. All right. That right there is the foundation of Gnosticism, because you need to understand what people was teaching about the resurrection and the one that would be risen up prior to Christ. So there is a reason that I got the symbol of Moses on the far right. That symbol right there, and this is what I'm going to do for you guys, because I actually don't want to be leaving the stream. I can shrink myself small for y'all. We can try a little something different. Hold up. Hold on. Okay. That works. All right. So, well, now I'm in the way. Hold on a second, everybody. Let me try to move my camera real quick. If I can't, then fine. I'll just get off the stream. My bad. My bad. So yeah, we'll just take that off. But let's get back to what I'm saying here. Gnostics taught that salvation, because we got to understand salvation prior to Christ. You didn't need a savior because there was nothing to save you from. The people who didn't know that Christ represented their own soul resurrecting out of their own body now believe that only one man resurrect and everyone else got to be saved through him, if that make any sense. And that was the purpose of the church, to make everyone believers versus knowers. At first, everyone knew that your soul ascends out of your body to heaven when you die. It was that simple. The resurrection story wasn't deep and it didn't have a mediator. But without a mediator, there's no control. Because if the church want to scare you with hell, and I'm teaching you, hey man, when you die, your soul is just going to rise up to a higher plane and continue where you left off at. This is what the Gnostics was teaching. Just like Christ continued to live on, but in his astral body from another dimensional plane. So that's called the hereafter. You're here after you die, but you're on a different bandwidth. Same space, different time, if you will, outside of this time. But the thing is this right here. If you don't know this knowledge of self, when you read these Gnostic stories, you will take them literally, and that's what the church, that's the work of the church and social engineering over years. For us to take archetypes literally, and that right there takes the knowledge out of the symbol or the personification. All right? So that was the whole point. Extract the knowledge from the symbols. Extract the knowledge from these personifications. What kind of knowledge, Sanchez? The knowledge of self. Now what do we got? The knowledge of God, the knowledge of some wrathful dude in the sky. But the thing about the church, people lost the knowledge of them being gods, so they became worshipers of gods, and those gods gave their power to earthly authorities, and this is how the church established government over the masses. This is very important to understand the turning point in Gnosticism when we were knowers versus now being believers. The church can't have a fear tactic doctrine of you being burning in hell forever if Gnostics are around, because Gnostics teach that when you die, it ain't no hell. Hell is you coming back here repeating if you didn't get the knowledge of self that the Gnostics was given. This inner awakening was the thing that activated this dormant energy at the base of the spine, according to the Gnostics. So, the concept of resurrection, according to the Gnostics, was dealing with simply you passing on, continuing your school or your journey of reincarnations to explore and learn yourself till you reach the point of godhood. It was beautiful. There was none threatening you. The concept of some burning you or rewarding you, that was given by the church trying to establish order over the minds. To do that, they had to attack the Gnostics, because the Gnostics taught a very liberating message when it comes to salvation, that no matter what you go through in this earth realm, that it will get better in your next life, and better and better. And that was an old term. It get better with time, and that saving the best for last, which is what the Sonum Bonum or heaven is all about. So one don't reach perfection in one lifetime. They reach it through a series of self-exploration, which is what the Gnostics taught. The church came along and taught that you study about some wrathful God and serve him and he'll save you from some hellfires. And they changed everything. And so the ancient Gnostics taught that, again, salvation was an inner awakening, not you finding favor in some gate guard who might burn you, he might let you live. That is what the church did to control people. So Gnostics taught salvation was an inner awakening, not obedience to external authorities. Central to their teachings was the Kundalini energy, symbolized as a serpent rising up the spine. In some cultures, this is called a tree of life. And this serpent rising up the spine was to awaken divine consciousness. The serpent rising up out of the body is like the human rising up out of the covers, getting up out the bed to wake up. So these teachings were deliberately suppressed by emerging religious and political empires that saw inner liberation as a threat to outer control. What exactly did the Gnostics teach? They taught inner knowledge. Gnostic comes from the Greek word gnosis, meaning knowledge through experience, not belief, y'all, not belief. Notice that, experience. Gnostics taught that the divine spark resides within each person. It ain't up in the sky and you gotta beg for it to enter you, like receiving the Holy Ghost. You are the Holy Ghost. You are a being of light. You come here with the Holy Ghost. Someone told you you came here as a sinner, and we forgot that we're light beings, but we never stopped being them. Gnostics taught that the divine spark resides within each person and must be awakened through self-knowledge, meditation, and inner discipline. What else did Gnostics teach? That the Kundalini equals the serpent power, or what some call serpent energy, which is why I chose this thumbnail. Though the term Kundalini is from the Hindus, and we finna show you how much of Hindu influenced Christianity, because that's where the term Kundalini come from. But what exactly is the Kundalini? Let's show a picture of this energy at the base of the spine. Why is it at the base of the spine, but also in the middle of the brain at the same time? This gonna get very interesting as we move on into the stream, because this serpent energy is at the base of the spine, but not at the spine of your actual body. It's at the spine of your God body. And then it works its way up through all of the heavens, because and we're gonna get into this later. Let's finish reading this real quick, and we'll go back into this. Gnostics saw the spinal column as a ladder to heaven, similar to Jacob's ladder in the Bible, where divine energy ascends through 7 spiritual centers called chakras. Now we got to stop and start teaching. Now we got to stop and do a little teaching. All right, hold on a second. So we're going to read that again, and now we finna do some symbolism for y'all. Thank you for being patient. Make sure you all hit the like and share button on your way in. Okay. All right, everyone, give me a minute. I want to stay organized for real. So every slide I show, I'm going to put it in a folder so I don't be repetitive. We ain't going to go back to it. People can rewind the video because I got a lot to unpack. I'm going to read this again to y'all. Gnostics saw the spinal column as a ladder to heaven, similar to Jacob's ladder in the Bible, where divine energy ascends through 7 spiritual centers. Now take a look at the collage right here. You can see Buddha inside of a tree. You can see the Pharaoh Aten in the tree. You can see the god Anu down there coming up out of this tree. You can see the Pharaoh and called the Jedi pillar, which is his spinal cord. You can look that up. And we have this story of Jack and the Beanstalk. I have him there because the name Jack, people, the name Jack is the name Jacob. When you talk about Jacob's ladder, you're talking about Jack's beanstalk. These stories and folklores were told for so many years and generations in so many forms. Let's pull up an image of Jacob's ladder. And let's show you what the Gnostics was teaching. So this is what the Gnostics was teaching, everyone. That this ladder represents your spinal cord. Now, I know right now you don't get it. Like, what's up with the spinal cord, Sanchez? Why does everyone keep talking about the spinal cord? Stay with me. You'll see in a minute. This is biblical artwork, Jacob's ladder. And what we're seeing is Jacob's avatars ascending to heaven. So there are several versions of you in 7 heavens, according to the ancestors. And each of these yous are waiting to unite at the top, at the highest heaven, to culminate all of that energy into what's called God. God's energy was split up or separated into 7 balls of light, and they all got to come back together in order for God to resurrect in the highest heaven. We're going to go deep into that. We want to realize what we want to take from this part is that the story of Jack and the Beanstalk, the story of Jacob's ladder, there's another Jack that they tell you about. His name is Jack in the Box. Sanchez, what's up with all this Jacob's ladder? It's because the word Jack, the etymology of the word Jack comes from the word yak. The J was pronounced with a Y sound. It was yak. And the yak originate from the original form of the word, which is yak, which was originally yoke. So Sanchez, why is yoke in a box? Why is yoke or yak in a box? What is this Jack in a box concept? Here it is right here. See, a yolk is the center part of an egg. It's a yellow ball. And the ancestors said that the pineal gland, the ball of light that is seated in the crown, in the brain, is that thing that will leave the body, which is the real you, and that will go into another body and seat itself and observe and experience. The word yak is dealing with Santa. This is the god of the North Pole. It resides in the middle, seated in the middle of creation, in between Joachim and Boaz, which is the left and right brain. We got to talk about this Kundalini energy and the spinal cord position being a central location. The spinal cord is in the center of the body at the North Pole. And this god was called Santa, which is the word center. Because before they talk about this being some beard wearing god, it was simply a deity that fell from the North Pole and came to the earth realm with spiritual gifts. And he couldn't go back to the North Pole until he delivered those gifts or manifested its purpose. We're going to go into that in a minute. Just understand that Jack is the word yak, which is come from the word yoke. And that yellow little ball in the middle of your head surrounded by water is just like the yellow little ball in the middle of an egg surrounded by the clear water, which is your brain is 80% water. Think symbolic, fractal, pattern, and patterns, because nature is speaking to us in patterns when we deal with Gnosticism and syncretism. Let's go back to this image here and let's talk about this. So the serpent symbolism. The serpent in Eden wasn't always viewed as evil. That was only when the church came to hide the knowledge. Gnostics taught that the serpent represented wisdom and that it helped humanity awaken from ignorance. So if you read the Gnostic Gospel of Philip, it says that the serpent taught Adam and Eve true knowledge, not sin. It only became sin when the church went on the inquisitions and it's only been taught that the serpent represents sin recently. And it's the youngest teaching. If you look around the world, everybody else is worshiping the serpent, y'all. Everyone else worshiping the serpent. When the pagans saw us worshiping the serpent, they demonized it as Satanism. And they said, oh, they worshiping the serpent. But they didn't understand the knowledge of self. The reason they thought it was Satanism is because the original spirit of Satan, the one they called Satan, was the one that thought he was God. He thought he was God. So the Gnostics were the people who were worshiping the serpent or teaching about the serpent, and they were also teaching you are a god. Okay? So you see how the pagans who didn't want their societies to have knowledge, inner knowledge, because the church need its people to be dumbed down, tithing, jumping up and down, believing in fairy tales, belief systems. Inner gnosis is a threat to their system. So they demonize these concepts so much so that even when I say it today that our original spiritual system was the worship of the serpent and we are gods, it seems so satanic and blasphemous, but you're looking at it through the lenses of your enemy, the people who didn't want you to have power. You got to reverse your mindset and realize you're thinking through the mindset of the church member mentality. So this knowledge was taught all around the world, and the serpent brought wisdom. The serpent brought the wisdom to ascend to the heavens, which is why Jack uses the beanstalk to go up to the sky. And another form of the serpent was the beanstalk or the tree of life. Remember that the serpent wasn't always just a serpent. It was also a tree as well in some cultures. And in a lot of cultures, it is a serpent wrapped around a tree like what we see today. So let's continue with the knowledge here, but I want to keep the thumbnail up while we read here this introduction. Give me 1 second too, guys. I ain't gonna lie, I'm hot and I got my fan on, but it ain't even pointed toward me. So let me go ahead and do that and I'll be right back.
Sánchez cocinando.
We will be right back with you.
Just one who's out there in the fight to teach. BROSANCHEZTV.
Thank y'all for that. Thank y'all for that. So I hope my fan ain't that loud, but what happened to the Gnostic teachings? So remember in 1945, the Nag Hammadi library was discovered in Egypt, and it was a treasure trove of Gnostic scriptures. Let me pull that up for y'all because everyone like to talk about the book of Enoch, but these books that was taken from the Bible are just as important, and you're going to see why. So texts like the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Mary, the Apocryphon of John, they all reveal the mystical symbolic Jesus who teaches inner transformation, not blind belief. So let me break some down to you. In the Nag Hammadi, which is the original Bible, the untampered with, not the Freemasonic King James, right? But in the matter of fact, let me get a mic check. Everyone drop a 1 if y'all can hear me good right now, because I just cut my fan on and I'm wondering if y'all can still hear me good, because I really got it loud in here. Oh yeah, I got that fan real loud. Drop a 1 if y'all can hear me over it and I'll continue. Because the fan is very loud on my end, but I got a lot of filtering on my mic to where I'm trying to see if it's working for y'all in. Okay, so I'm getting 1s. Okay, let me continue. My bad. All right, so like I was saying about the Nag Hammadi, right? The Nag Hammadi Bible, it is deep because I'm finna really break down these words, right? The word nag is dealing with the word Nagini. Because the Gnostics, right? The Gnostics were Nagas. You see the play on the word? When you say Enoch, knock, 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 the Nag and Enoch come from the Nag Hammadi, the Anunnaki. These people were no mythological creatures. What they trying to get y'all, the reason they want y'all going into the Anunnaki conspiracy is because that's a new religion to hide the fact that the Anunnaki was another name that they gave to the Kundalini. What do they teach about the Anunnaki? That the Anunnaki is able to leave the earth and come back, just like Christ is able to leave and come back in the with the out-of-body experience. We are spiritual beings, guys. We're multidimensional. We have a soul that can leave this body and go into other ones. And the name of that soul was called a nag. Now, you got to keep in mind, this is where it's going to get very deep, because who named this thing a nag? The church shortened the word Nagini. Basically, the word Nagini is shortened into nag, but a lot of people see this word as like a pest. Like, in other words, when it comes to the church authority, this knowledge is a threat, it's a headache. It nags them. So you can even see how the word nag is associated with something bad. You know, you nagging me. Because a naga or a nega or naka, a naki, or, you know, like we're saying here, a nagini, these were the spiritual people who was written about by the Gnostics, who had the inner light that can transmute the physical plane. And the church wanted everyone to be equal. It didn't want some of us to have spiritual gifts and others not. So it basically dumbed everybody down. Even the people with the light, you wouldn't know who is who today. And so it's easy to control everybody that way when we all the same. So let's talk about the Gospel of Thomas, right? Because what's interesting about the name Thomas, right? The name Thomas is related to the word tomb, you know, like the grave site, the burial site. So in the book of Thomas is talking about resurrection and the soul getting up from the tomb or getting up from the grave like Christ. And the name Thomas is associated with the word tomb and someone getting up from the tomb. And it's all about these people that can leave the earth realm and climb up out of here and access the heavens. Not everyone can do it. So ye are the gods. And check this out. Here is a Gnostic drawing that shows basically a soul pulling themselves out of all of the underworlds. Let me break this down to you. What we see here is a map of all of the underworlds, or what we call parallel realities, right? And you're looking at the Yggdrasil tree of life from a top-down view. Sanchez, don't throw words at us and leave us in the dark. What do you mean, Yggdrasil tree of life, man? Come on. All right, break that down, Sanchez. Well, in the Bible, they talk about the North Pole with a serpent wrapped around a tree. That existed before the Christians. Here it is in the ancient Nordic story. We can see the serpent wrapped around a tree. What does the serpent do? It gives wisdom. The serpent was never an evil entity. It was Papa Lekba, the god of the crossroads. What this serpent does, it takes a baby soul into the matrix so that the baby soul can figure out who it is. Before you came to this earth, you had no knowledge of self. You were like an angel in heaven with no personality. You were a baby little ball of light, but you was just like a bunch of other babies up here in Asgard, according to the Nordic. This is the astral garden. And when a new god is born in Asgard, they fall down here and they gotta learn how to become a god before they can rise back up to the home of the Aesir. But the concept of the soul going into the matrix, into the underworld, it's because the soul don't have an identity. You like a blank canvas when you start off, just a pure ball of white light. And when you enter Midgard, you start to develop who you are from your childhood. Everything that happens in this simulation is to unlock and awaken this Kundalini that the Gnostics was talking about. And that light is basically, say, the ultimate version of you. So when we come into the simulation in the underworld, we got to go through good and bad in order to manifest this version of ourselves. You have to learn in a negative way and a positive way. You got to make mistakes and get punished. You got to do good and get rewarded. Because when you enter the underworld, duality exists, and we'll hop back on that in a minute. So if you're looking at this tree from a top-down view with all these little bubbles, all these little whirls spinning around it, you get this image. But what we see is that someone busting up out of all these whirls. This is a very simple piece of art to decode. It doesn't take any kind of theological expert because they are the imposters anyway. What this shows us, and I'm going to open up your third eye, and this is what I want you. I brought some collages to help with this today. Okay, let me move this slide, and I'm finna really get deep with the symbolism to open up you guys' third eye. So check this out. What I want you to see with this Gnostic artwork here, see the circle as the earth realm. See it like Darth Vader's Death Star. Because people, like when I tell you everything we do was turned into Hollywood movies, folklores, fairy tales, but it all goes back to the knowledge of self. The Darth Vader Death Star is literally the Pokemon concept, which will release the monster out of your body. But if you think Sanchez just reaching, you can see this Death Star at the Vatican right here. It's called the spear within a spear, and we're going to get into that in a minute. We ain't ready for that yet. So let's go back here though with decoding this, and the concept of a Pokemon creature busting up out of a Pokemon ball is what the Gnostics showing you right here. Let me show you. What you call them, a Pikachu? I'm gonna put monster, Pokemon monster. See, because what I do, I'm a syncretist. My gift is I have my third eye allow me to make connections that everyone can't make. So what happens is you have this Pokemon ball and it's open. Let me see, because I really want this thing to show y'all this. When you open up that Pokemon ball, that is the left and right brain opening up to release the light that I just showed you, the pineal gland. So the left and right brain is like two doors that's closed. Think of two gates, the big gate, and the gate is closed. When you open up your mind, you release the light. You see that? Opening your mind, not thinking in the box. How do you think this person get outside this bubble? So listen, you see, they said Jesus represent the sun, right? But they not talking about the outer sun outside. They talking about the inner sun that's inside of you, y'all. That's why when they talk about Jesus dying and resurrecting, it's really about this little ball of light inside of you that goes down into the underworld and comes back out like Jesus did. He was in heaven, he went to earth, and he rose up with more power than what he came with, because this is a school to, and guess what? Knowledge is power when you get up out this school. So when this light, when your left and right brain opens up, this light pops out. And another way of telling that story is the Pokemon story right here, which is another story that they told about the genie inside of the lamp. So now you see why the word Nagini relates to the word genie, and why I made this collage for y'all, because in the left right here is the god Saturn, which is the original Nagini, the Lord of the Rings. But I want you to really take a minute and look at this collage, because there are so many synchronicities. In this collage, in the top right corner, you got the god Anu busting up out the simulation. You got the goddess Alma Mater. She's busting up out the box. That's the Jack in the Box concept right there. Her name is Alma Mater, and that's what you get when you get the little scroll. When you're very smart, you become an Alma Mater. But you find out that the word mater or mature is literally dealing with spiritual awakening and you becoming a mature God. Remember, we are baby souls. You're a baby God. You like a baby butterfly. And what do baby butterflies do? They go inside of cocoons. So us baby souls went inside of this matrix, which is an incubator to transform us into a butterfly, which is a God in the high heavens with our ancestors and forefathers. We only make it to them through transformation. This is what the Gnostics taught. This ain't a belief system. This is advanced spiritual knowledge that ain't for your grandma and it ain't for Pastor Porkchop.
Sánchez cocinando.
This ain't for Pastor Pig Feet, man. Now check this out, right? The goddess that you see over here in the right corner, that is the goddess Orisha. And her name, well, Oshun is her name. Ocean is what the name means, Oshun, right? And I'll get into that in a minute. Below this goddess right here, that is a book written by a known Freemason. It's called The Holy Mountain, talking about removing the veil and basically transmuting the physical plane. And to the left of that, you can see the Jack-in-the-Box concept, what all of the Masons, everyone know about this but us. And to the left of that, you have spiritual ascension artwork. And just, you can see the Dogon goddess Amma, which was the original version of Alma, in the top right corner. I hope this ain't too complicated with you guys. But the goddess that you see in the yellow, she is a Yoruban form of the Greek goddess Alma Mater up here, coming up out the box. The Greeks didn't know about resurrection till later, which is why they demonized it. It was spooky to them. They needed a savior, a hero. They like little children that scared of the dark. They scared of what they are or what we are. Some people say, well, Sanchez, they're scared of what we are because they don't have a soul. Hello. Some people say they scared of what they are. They're babies that's not ready to be grown yet. That can be debated. But you can see Noah leaving the ark. The story of Noah leaving the ark was a story of the genie leaving the lamp. So the oldest story of resurrection was the genie story. And most of us look at the genie today, and we don't even know that the genie is one of the oldest deities in antiquity. And the concept of the genie leaving the lamp was told, it's you leaving the earth realm. The earth is like a big old lamp, right? A big terrarium. And see, you leaving this place was the story of the genie leaving the lamp. But when you say the word Nagini, because this deity right here is called a Nagini, and it shows a soul that's ascending up out of the earth realm. And if you pull up any image of Enoch, you will see what I mean, that the Nok in Enoch is really N-A-G, which is Nag for Nagini, because Enoch is a Nagini. He is a Greek Romanized version of the genie leaving the lamp. So the genie leaving the lamp. Now, what color is the genie, everybody? It is blue. Now, what color is the Statue of Liberty? The Statue of Liberty is blue. And what is Enoch? Enoch is the Statue of Liberty. When we see Enoch holding up the torch, remember what the torch is. It's the soul seated in the base of the brain. Why is the torch on a stick? Why is the Statue of Liberty holding a ball of fire on a stick? Well, let's go back to the human body real quick, because I hope we didn't forget that the ball of fire at the top of the stick is the soul seated at the top of the spinal cord. So if you can look at this all together, and I think I want to grab my board today. I'm feeling myself, right?
Sánchez cocinando.
Check me out, right? So The capital I is God. The lowercase I is the body. The capital I is the energy that flows through the body. I'm going to show you what I mean. You see, because the spinal cord looks like basically like this, but at the top of the spinal cord is, and what we have is the lowercase I. I for individual. I did this. I did that. I for what? All saying I. Look at the symbol. What is the capital I? The capital I is actually the energy that flows through the lowercase I, which is God powering Jesus. What do you mean, Sanchez? Let me show you the energy that flows through the body and around the body. And you will see that it indeed forms that capital I, which is the symbol of fire, and fire is just another way of saying fire, the etheric flame of the soul, because the word Kundalini is the word candle, candle, candle. We're talking about a flame, a fire, an ethereal light. You can see the capital I. This is a capital I. But you see that in the middle of the capital I is the lowercase I, which is the human. So let's draw this again and show you some advanced Gnosticism. See, we've been taught backwards. We've been taught that inside of the body is the soul. That's half teaching. Inside of the body and around the body is the soul. The soul exists within you and around you. It's sandwiching the body in. Here is the body. It's the central nervous system, which is where the program of the simulation is being ran from. And I'm going to show you some sacred geometry and symbolism with that in a minute. So here is the body. You see how the body shapes like a lowercase I? It shapes like a lowercase I, but surrounding that you have this capital I, you have this big old capital I, but in the middle of that capital I, you have the lowercase I. So you have Buddha inside the tree is what some cultures would, if you want to see what I'm doing here, we can go back to the original collage here. When you have the capital I housing the lowercase I, another way to put it right here, you can see what the pharaoh is inside of a capital I. You can see how it all makes a capital I. That's the hourglass of time. Capital I, the hourglass of time. Buddha is in time. He's in Chronos, which is Saturn, which is the ripple effect. What you see on the right, you're wrapped up in time, but time isn't infinite. It has an ending point, which is when the veil will be removed, because this veil, and I'm gonna show you why in a minute. So you are a lowercase I, and the world around you is this capital I. That's what you call in God, but that is really your sleeping God body in another plane, waiting on this I to die so it can wake up. Just like a dream. In a dream, in order for the you to wake up in the bed who's sleeping, the guy in the dream got to die. So in a dream, maybe you fall off a mountain, maybe you get shot. Something happens in the dream to wake you back up in the bed. The one in the dream is the capital, the one in the dream is the lowercase I. And the lowercase I being in the dream is the soul being in the body. The body is the dream world. It represents your avatar in the simulation. But the simulation around you is literally your God body that ain't been activated yet. Just like Buddha. Look, Buddha is asleep in his tree. But that tree is called a Bodhi tree. Why is it called a Bodhi tree? Bodhi it's the word body. Because what the Buddhist was teaching was that basically that tree is Buddha's God body, and it can't be activated until the little bitty Buddha inside wake up or die. See, the tree around Buddha is God sleeping. And when God's sleeping, it looked like Buddha meditating, God on his throne, knocked out. And when God's sleeping, God is in his dream world, in the simulation, in a human form, living out a lifetime. When that lifetime over, that's the resurrection, the ascension story that the Gnostics taught about, that we all will be out of here once we learn everything we need to learn, do all of our good and all of our bad. And it wasn't about, in Gnosticism, doing good, being rewarded, doing bad to be punished. Gnostics taught that you live in a simulation like Neo in the Matrix, and that whatever you're gonna do is already written out in the simulation. Ain't no free will. It's divine prophecy and fate. And that the reason everything is written out for you is because your soul already knew everything it needed to do, good and bad, to reach to its better level. So for example, I'm gonna give you example how simple and deep this is, right? Go look in the mirror right now and ask yourself, am I happy with who I am? We know we got more work to do, but right now, when I look back at who I used to be versus who I am right now, I ain't gonna lie, I gotta pat myself on the back, and I still got a lot of work to do though. But if you happy, if you say, man, I'm happy with myself right now, but I ain't satisfied, but I'm happy. That's good. You improving, and you seeing your improvement and mastering yourself. If you feel that way, you owe that to the good and the bad. God giveth and he taketh away, because God is sculpting you. And God may have to add on some clay. God may have to take off some clay. But this process of adding and taking away gonna chisel you out as this perfect version in this furnace, in this incubator that we call Earth. You're like cookie dough in a mold. That's why I'm showing you the lowercase I inside of the capital I. That is Neo in the Matrix. Neo had to go in the Matrix to become a god. He wouldn't have done it no other way. So all gods in Asgard became gods because they climbed the stairway to heaven, like what Jacob is showing. They was initiated into godhood by being expelled from the home of the Aesir, and they had to live out lifetimes in the underworld and master themselves. And once they do that, they can return home like the prodigal son with all power and reclaim their inheritance. Okay? So this is what the Pharaoh is telling us. This became the prodigal son teaching as well. We are the I in the I. Right here, man. This is the fire symbol. Represent fire. When they said we're burning in hell, when they said Satan is burning in hell, this capital I represent the aura around your body, which was spoke of by the ancestors as an ethereal flame. So when they said people are in hell being burnt alive, the ire in fire comes from the word aura. Ire, aura. If you put an F in front of the word aura, you can see how we getting this word fire. But let me show you what I mean. If you can look at human aura, which is Jesus' anointed body, you're on fire right now, man. You can't see yourself because we don't have electromagnetic spectrum goggles. But if you can see the electromagnetic spectrum, everybody with a soul will look like they burning in hell. Earth was hell to the Gnostics because the word hell comes from the fact that your potential and energy is being held down inside of the underworld like a seed in the dirt, in darkness. And the seed got to transform to get out of darkness. It got to grow a tail. The seed got to pierce its way through the dark as a stem and grow its tree to the upper realm past the underworld, just like a seed becoming a tree. The seed that becomes a tree is this little ball of light that's planted in the body. The only way your soul can leave the body is when the light within you start to expand like a seed casing breaking apart, releasing the tree. That's Samson pushing back the two pillars. That's the soul pushing back the left and right brain because it's maturing. And as it matures, it expands and it literally pushes back the left and right brain and leaves duality. This soul, it's the light expanding beyond the left and right brain means that you're not a creature that reasons with a duality. You now think with the third eye. While everyone else say, should I do this? Should I do that? You're thinking how to blend the this with the that and bring your reality to totality. And that's when we start manifesting our will in the matrix like Neo. You're a hybrid. This is the goal, what the Pharaoh is trying to show. See, it's not a war between left and right. It's a merging in between them. And this is why another form of this God is called a demiurge. Take the dem off, take the DE off, it's just merge. This entity, it's the North Pole God that represents the split in between the brain, and that is the serpent. Once again, we got to go through all of this if we're going to talk Gnosticism and the archetype that we call Christ. The word Christ comes from the word crease. The ancestors did not say you got a split in your brain. They said you got a crease in your brain, or Christos. That meant a line, a split, a tear, a ripping. The ancestors personified the energy that splits the left and right brain into a god called crease, because the word crease represents split, a gap, a tear, a point, a polarizing point. Well, left, right, this meets that. Why is it all important? I'm gonna show you real quick. Watch this. The one that's tearing, that's creating polarity. Here we go right here. He put the crease in the brain. The crease is the Christ. And he is portrayed breaking the bread because the bread was symbolic of the brain. If you look at the brain, it looked like a loaf of bread. You ever seen a whole loaf of bread? See, the ancestors were speaking symbolism. You look at a whole loaf of bread from a top-down view, and guess what it looked like? It looks like the brain. And when you cut the bread, I don't know if y'all familiar with whole loaf bread, but whole loaf bread, it looks like a brain. And when you break it, it looks like the left and right brain. The one that breaks the bread, they got y'all literally breaking bread, but it was symbolism. It was talking about the one that splits the brain into two. That's the serpent on the tree. That's the Pharaoh in between on the tree. The Pharaoh is the serpent. Now that Pharaoh, his name is Aten. If you put an S in front of it, you get Satan, because this is the serpent knowledge that they demonize. The serpent is a sine wave that splits the tree in the middle. So let's go back to this Gnostic artwork so we can start showing you the jack-in-the-box concept even more. This deity that splits the bread, okay, represent the one seated at the North Pole. Look at the North Pole god, Santa, Satan. Christ is Satan. Sanchez, you telling me Jesus is Satan? Yes, before Christ existed, it was a Satan on the cross. And both of them come from God. Satan, before Jesus came to earth as the figure of sin, Satan came to the earth as the representative of sin, but Satan was never considered a bad, evil god. It was considered as the Kundalini energy, leaving the higher plane and entering its underworld human experience. And once it's out of the incubator, it'll be a butterfly like a caterpillar out of a cocoon. That's how Christ got wings to go to heaven. Christ then received the power to rise up to heaven to after the cross, because that represents the soul transmutating the physical plane, transformation. It's the knowledge of self, not the knowledge of God. The God was a guide to teach you about yourself, man.
Sánchez cocinando.
Come on now. I'm preaching today, baby. Hit that like button, that share button. We got a lot to talk about. If you think we done, you wrong, man. All right, so share it with a friend. So let's talk about this concept of, before Jesus, they told many stories about dudes resurrecting on top of a mountain or something. Dude resurrected on top of Mountain Calvary, or mountain this or mountain that. Before Jesus, the Sumerians told stories about men resurrecting on top of mountains. Here it is right here. Look at here. Jesus resurrected on a mountain, right? A holy mountain. Well, this story is thousands of years before the Jesus story, hundreds of thousands, about a man resurrecting on top of a holy mountain in between two thieves, might I add you. So this was teaching about yourself, your soul leaving the simulation. So this story of remember what the Pharaoh said? The Pharaoh said that the obelisk represent resurrection. And we can see that the obelisk is the North Pole. It ain't some statue in Egypt. The statue that you see in Egypt is a symbol or archetype to teach about what's at the North Pole. When we left Eden, we weren't at the North Pole no more. Remember now, the Dogon and everybody said humans come from the North Pole. Now watch this. At the North Pole, we had all of the knowledge of the universe because we was right by the tree of wisdom and knowledge. Exodus, when we left the North Pole, we fell into ignorance. We left. If you live in a land that got a huge tree to the heavens, ain't nobody gonna be able to teach you nothing. Being born at the North Pole and living in that land by the North Pole gives you the secrets of the universe, because you there, you at the North. That's what the Holy Grail. When we left the North Pole, we needed replicas. We needed something to replicate our original home at the North Pole, and that became Christ, an archetype, Buddha. It became the Pharaoh, but it was all talking about what's really at the North Pole, which is your sleeping God body. If you were to go to the North Pole, it'll be like the movie they cloned Tyrone. You would see a better version of yourself sleep, and you won't be able to touch it or interact with it, and it'll only wake up when this version die. You would cross over from this reality bandwidth frequency into the higher plane. So if you made it to the North Pole, what would be there? You would see a big old like pod, a bubble, and it'll be your God body sleeping. Everyone, when they get to the North Pole, will see their own God body at the same place. It'll be a different version of God perception. Because what's really at the North Pole is a mirror. That's why they call it Meru. And as every soul approaches it, their reflection is in the pod. When you see Neo inside of the pod, it's really his reflected consciousness inside of a bubble of water, and we're gonna go into sonoluminescence in a second to show you how that tie into what I'm saying now. But what I want you to realize right now, right, is that the story of resurrection was way more intricate, but it was simple when it's just about your inner light ascending up through the sky vault. And the sky vault represent a hole in the skull. They teach you about this in the medical field. Every baby got a hole in their skull right here. But what happens is you are a newborn baby in a heavenly realm inside of your mama belly, sleep like Buddha. That's what the tree represent, a uterus. But the baby won't be born in the higher realm until you give up the ghost and die in this realm. Time is on pause. All events are tied together. In other words, like Enoch, the moment your soul busts through that light in the sky, that hole in that Polaris vault, that light represent the baby coming out the womb and being born. You don't remember being asleep for 9 months in the mama's belly. Let me tell you something. When the caterpillar is in a cocoon, it's dreaming of a lifetime. It's dreaming that it's a butterfly. So when it wakes up from the cocoon, it don't gotta learn how to fly. It wasn't wasting its sleep. It was going to flight simulator school in those 9 months. So when the caterpillar transforming into a butterfly, it's literally because it's realizing it is a butterfly in its sleep state. The caterpillar goes into a cocoon and it dreams that it's been born as a caterpillar in a dream world. But somewhere in that dream, it realizes, wait a minute, I'm not a damn caterpillar. I'm one of those things in the sky that's flying around calling itself a butterfly, but I'm the baby version. The moment the caterpillar realizes I'm actually a butterfly, it goes and spins a cocoon. So the caterpillar literally won't go inside of the incubator without the knowledge of self and knowing what it is as a god. If the caterpillar only thinks that it's a human, it won't spin a cocoon. If the caterpillar only thinks, oh, I'm a worm and I'm bound to the ground, the caterpillar won't transform and grow wings. The church did that to you. The church taught everyone you just a flesh and blood human, and Christ is the God that can get wings and fly up there. So that'll be like the church telling all of the caterpillars, you got to worship this one dude who a butterfly, and he can lift you up off the ground and fly you up to the sky. That's called the rapture. This one dude named Christ grew wings. He's a caterpillar that became a butterfly, and he want to save you other caterpillars. So he want to come pick you up and fly you up to heaven, but that's a gate guard because he won't tell you caterpillars, you're a butterfly, you're a god too. You need to transform, spin a cocoon, go inside the ground, go into the darkness like Christ did and come out as the light. That's what Buddha doing. This is what Gnosticism was all about. Spinning a cocoon. We spend time. When people say, at first we was outside of time, then we went inside of time. How that we go inside of time? We spent it. You spend time like money, but think of SPIN, because time is literally an effect of the light of the soul rotating in a spiral, following the path of the torus field, which is how you get the barber pole. And that's what the pharaoh represent in the bottom left corner, the barber pole. Your time will end when the spiraling of your light stops. This is a fading away process. The world around you is similar to what I'm about to show you next. I'm gonna show you something real quick. Let's go to another slide real quick. You see Buddha inside of that tree up there? That's the baby inside of the uterus. But think about this. All moments in time are strung together. The moment that your soul busts through the sky vault, the baby gonna bust out of the female womb in your next life, and you gonna be crying. They slapping you saying, "Up, it's a boy." And in this new realm, you're gonna live out another lifetime, and this lifetime gonna be way better than the next one. And each time your life will get better and better until you reach this sonum bonum that the Hebrew talked about, where it just can't really get any better. You go into new states of bliss that's undescribable, right? So it's a stairway to heaven, not a rapture, not someone dropping you off at the top of the mountain, but a long climb. And that climb is gonna strengthen you, making you better. When you get to the top, you're gonna be worthy to be there. So Buddha represent the consciousness that is always a step ahead of you, meaning that your higher self is ahead of your lower self, meaning that there's a newborn baby in a heavenly realm. Let me pull out something else to help y'all with this one. This will help you with this one. Here is how the ancestors saw reality with the stairway to heaven concept. I'm gonna pull up several cosmologies with the same story. The concept of the stairway to heaven is very old. And what I have here is Polynesian cosmology. Right here, you can see individuals climbing the stairway to heaven. There were 7 netters. They turned this cosmology into what's called the step pyramid. The step pyramid represents the stairway to heaven, the steps to ascension, the path of the gods, okay? And you can see that it's 7 steps representing the 7 worlds, the 7 netters, the 7 heavens, 7 chakra layers. And the name of this pyramid is Saqqara, but the word Saqqara is the Egyptian word chakra, chakra. So what we call, when we teach about chakras, it was spelled a little different. It was chakra to American language, Saqqara to Egyptian, and there's another one. The last one is Zikara. So you got Shakara, Saqqara, Zakara, Saqqara, Shakara, and then it became to the Sumerian Zikara, and then they added a T on it, it became Ziggurat. But you can take the T off of it. Zikara is Shakara, Zikara, Zikara, Zikara. If you look at a ziggurat, it is a step pyramid. So this is Saqqara. And remember the chakras, the 7 chakras, right? And they shaped like a pyramid, you know. Let's do the layers. It'll show you what they was teaching here. It's a step pyramid. It's a step pyramid with the 7 primary colors, which is why it's 7 layers. It's 7 layers of the self. And they turned this into a huge pyramid, and they was teaching about the chakras at Saqqara or Saqqara. And for the Sumerian, their form of Saqqara was Ziggurat. But if you pull up the ziggurat, it's just another step pyramid. It's like a ripple effect. It's their form. It's all the same thing. Everyone on earth was teaching this knowledge, and God got mad. Go read the story of Babel. I'll be doing a video on Babel, because God represents this world authority, the church, went around on crusades, splitting up our tongues, giving us different language, divide and conquer. It was a beautiful utopia before the church, where everyone was teaching the knowledge of self about the chakra through the form of sakara, through the zikara. This is all the same concept right here. The knowledge of ascension. This is Gnosticism 101, climbing the stairway to heaven. And we can see that in very many cultures here. Mesopotamian cosmology there in the bottom right corner. And then you have your Babel Tower in the top right. And the reason I wanted to share those when we deal with the Babel Tower is to walk back to this one, which is your Polynesian cosmos. What the Babylonians was teaching us, let's go back. This is all Babel knowledge that was desecrated. Tearing down the Babel Tower is getting rid of this knowledge. The pharaoh inside of the tree represent rebirth through the womb of the woman, which is why the tree shapes like a uterus. That is Buddha inside of his. Your mama is on a higher heaven. It's several versions of her like it's several versions of you. It's a ripple effect. Meaning when she gave birth to you in the highest heaven, it ricocheted in all of the underworlds. And in order for her baby to get back home, you got to climb the stairway. Your real family, your real mama and daddy is in the upper realm, not here. These are just lower forms of them, just like this a lower form of you. Just like when you in a dream, that's an alternate form of you with an alternate form of your cousins, your brothers. And when you wake up, you got different versions of them. You may say, hey, cuz, I dreamed that you was a crackhead. In that parallel reality, he was. But in this one, he's a pastor. You see? So we are a better title or a better version of the self the higher we climb. Not just you, but all of your loved ones, too. They are better versions of themselves in these higher realities. That's why you became a better version, because all of us influenced the next one. We all drag it's like a disease. Everyone vibrating high in the high levels and we vibrating low in the low levels. And every baby God got to ascend up to those high levels through the many lower versions of the self. This is what the Gnostics taught. This is what Christ represent. God coming into the matrix to learn to get the power, because you can't be God without power. But power isn't given to you, it's earned. And what is power? Knowledge. Knowledge is power. So the soul comes into this school, this simulation, to get the knowledge of self. And with that knowledge comes power, and with that power comes a title. You now are God. And with that title, you are able to access heaven, which is the realm of the gods, which is what we see. And once you're able to access those realms, you are liberated from the simulation, and you exist in this state of totality. But let's talk about resurrection and rebirth, and let's go through a little bit of symbolism here, and we'll get back to a little bit of knowledge of something here. But it's a lot we got to unpack. Now watch this. Christ represent the energy that is flowing through your body, the Kundalini energy. And that Kundalini energy is a spiral. So what did Christ give up? The Holy Spirit. What exactly is the Holy Spirit? It's the holy spiral. The word spirit is the word spiral. Let me show you what it means. See, the reason Christ is a God of the North Pole is because Mount Calvary represent the center of the earth. And I keep showing you guys that. Let me go back to this one. This is taking place at the North Pole. These are deities that taught the resurrection story before Christ. On the right, you got a god named Anu. But they rearranged those words. Let me show you something real quick because this is important. With the god Anu, to understand how there's only one story on the earth. So Anu is really a god called Noah. Noah. Anu, you got to rearrange. It was never Anu. It was Noah. There's a female called Nuwa, right? There's a female goddess that predate Noah. Her name is Noah. Noah. Nuwa. I'm gonna show her. I'm gonna show you right quick. Goddess Nuwa represent the Kundalini energy, rising up out the world, up out the spine. Here she go right here. You see her? She's a serpent goddess. She represent your soul leaving the body as a serpent, the Kundalini. The serpent represent a sine wave. A sine wave, sound. The soul is an invisible signal of sound that isn't audible in our bandwidth of reality. But if you can hear it when it's released, it's the Big Bang. Boom! It's the biggest explosion. It's like, and I'm going to go into that in a minute, but we got to do a little syncretism. This goddess is called Noah, which became Noah. Noah became Noah. And the reason, and this is what happened, right? You had a patriarchal form of this goddess called Anu, but the matriarchal form predates Anu, right? And basically they took the goddess Nu'a, which is a female genie. All right, let me show y'all some, because you will not understand this if I don't give you the symbols. You won't understand it without the symbols. You got this genie leaving the lamp, but this is one of the oldest deities on the earth that represent your soul leaving the earth realm. And his name is Genie because he's a Nagini, which is what the Anunnaki is. And the Anunnaki represent every human with a soul. Now, I don't know about y'all. I got a soul. I'm a being of light. I got a soul in my body. When people go to talking about the Anunnaki, I'll be like, what's up? What you want? What you need to know about me, man? We are the Nagi, or the Naga, the Nagini. And the Nagini is the genie. The word Naga or Naga is the root word of Nag Hammadi, which is the book that talk about ascension, leaving the earth. So check this out. The word Anu is a patriarchal plagiarization of the female goddess Nuwa. They just took the word, they took N-U-A and they rearranged it to A-N-U, and that became the root word of annually, anal, right? And I don't want to be vulgar, but we are dealing with men, because when it was dealing with the sacred feminine, it was talking about a cosmic womb, but I don't want to be too vulgar with the linguistic syncretism. You can go on with being born through a man. It ain't nowhere you can come out of. I'm just saying now, this is what we got to realize about a lot of this set stuff. Shout out to the brother Awakening Minds for this etymology. Spine is penis when you rearrange the words. Just see, there's a lot of etymology in words that we ain't been taught. If you rearrange the word spine, you get penis. But why? Why, Sanchez? Well, hear me out, right? They was teaching about the obelisk being the spinal cord, but to hide the truth, they later came around and turned the spine into the penis, And they told you resurrection was just about the Pharaoh busting a nut in a physical plane because they wanted to come with the sex magic and mysticism to hide the truth about the Kundalini rising is deeper than the sperm coming up the male phallus shaft. They sexualized it to a very shallow level. But it was about the Kundalini energy, which is a serpent. It looked like a sperm. It looked like a sperm. It's a serpent. I mean, just take a look at Nuwa right here. She looked like a sperm cell. And it was taught that this energy that looks like a sperm cell will come up this shaft and burst out. Sounds sexual, don't it? I know. And the reason it's related to sex magic is because the same knowledge of how the soul gonna resurrect is the same knowledge of your mama and daddy getting together in the bed. They created a wormhole. When the phallus meets with the uterus, you have two capital T's coming together, making that capital I that I just told you. And that is a wormhole. Go look up a wormhole. That's what connected you to heaven and hell, mama and father, instinct and intuition. So we're torn in between the two, but it's a beautiful thing because once you come out of this thing, you will know who you are, the knowledge of self. It won't be no guessing. You can't really live out your fate until you know who you are. And we ain't even start living yet. We're dead right now. We're asleep in a dream world. Our life haven't even begun yet. That's like Neo in the Matrix. His life didn't begin till he woke up. And this awakening, it became today's resurrection story. And this is what Gnosticism was all about. Giving you back the knowledge, you the power, not giving it outside of you with mysticism. So this goddess, her name was Nua, which is Nua. And they told a story about her. Basically, you know, she's representing ascension and you leaving the earth realm. She's a genie, a female genie, and she's leaving the earth realm, right? And the concept of this goddess leaving the earth realm, Nua, they plagiarized this story of this goddess leaving the earth realm. They changed her name from Nua, right? From Nua to Anu. So they just rearranged a couple of letters from Nua to Anu. And when it became Una, it was, Anu, it's the same story of a person leaving the earth or a genie leaving the lamp. So you can see here, Anu is just another genie or a Nagini leaving the earth realm. Now the word Nagini is the word Naga. It is the Naki at the end of Naka, Anunnaki. They want everyone to believe in these folkloric Anunnaki New Age creatures because they want to hide the fact that, guess what? All of us fallen angels are the Anunnaki. That's right! We forgot who we are. Why you think they want to get rid of the N-word? Because the N-word is the Nag. Right. The N-word is the Nag Hammadi. You are a Naga, a Naga. Everyone saw us as the Nakis, the Nakas, the Ananaka. And we stopped calling ourselves that. Don't you know that the word Naka, Naka, Naki, it became the word Nike. You know, the shoe company. And the swoosh represent a siphon because this god is being siphoned or summoned up the spinal cord through a siphoning process. This is how the Kundalini energy is rising because it's being summoned up by the higher self. So this god was also known to carry a siphon, which became a hook or a candy cane. But this is the North Pole god dealing with the siphoning process of inhaling the soul, which became Papa Lekba later, a god with a big pipe blowing and smoking on it, representing this siphoning process of the soul. But the siphon is the number 7. What is a siphon? A siphon looks like this. That's Santa Claus candy cane. Santa is center, the god of the North Pole. His name is Anu, Noah, Nuah, the ark god. So why does Noah release a bird out of the ark? Well, the concept of a bird being released from the ark comes from the first story was right here. Anu. Anu is the patriarchal form of Nuah, and that is when they gave the serpent wings, and later it just became a winged serpent. And this winged serpent was also depicted in Egypt as a scorpion goddess. She completely changed forms into this scorpion goddess called Serket. Serket. See if I can find her for you. Here she go. This your Nike symbol. This how you get your Nike symbol. The Greek goddess of victory was originally a Kemetic scorpion goddess. She was a Naki. It became Nike, Nike, Nike. But this is the Santa Claus candy cane representing the North Pole knowledge. So the word nag is so deep, it represents Naka, Nike, Naka, and Anaki, that word Nike, dealing with victory. Why? Because victory is resurrection or liberation up out the simulation right here. So the number that was associated with this deity was a number 7, which means completion. And what is a number 7, y'all? A check mark. Remember that the check mark is the number 7, and the check mark means completion, you know. A check in a box is a check in a box. Did I just mess you up? Think about what I just said. I'm giving you some linguistic syncretism. When you do your grocery list, when you complete something, you put a check in the box, but the check in the box is a jack in the box. CHECK became JACEK. So check in the box became jack in the box. And it all symbolizes completion. When you're done, you see how one part of the check is hanging out of the box, just like one part of the genie is hanging out of the lamp, just like one part of jack is hanging out of the box. The jack in the box is the check in the box. And it symbolizes completion. It's 7 boxes. Once Jack crosses out all 7 boxes, he leaves the simulation. He completed his checklist. And the checklist is the chakra list. The word check is the root word of chakra and chakra. Chakra. Jack in the box is the energy, the consciousness of God that got split into 7 avatars. And now we about to talk about those. Completion is liberation, is what the Gnostics taught. And that's why all of this represent the Statue of Liberty. And this is why they build the Statue of Liberty on water, because the soul is literally busting up out of these ethereal waters like a baptism, and it's a new version of itself. Here it is right here. This is the original Statue of Liberty. You see the spiky hair, the spikes on the head, and it's busting up out of the waters below. This was talking about the ascension of the soul. The flood is inside of the Pokemon ball. Once our light got trapped inside of this ball, the 2 halves became the left and right brain. And once the light illuminated the inside of the ball, but it couldn't shine no further, the light ricocheted back inward toward the source and blinded itself with its own light. And the blinding of God with its own light creates the simulation, the dream world. It's no different than this image right here. Think of it like an underwater splash. That's what the Big Bang is. First of all, the Big Bang is when your soul entered the simulation. It created a mushroom cloud of energy because there is something called cause and effect. When the sperm entered the egg, that was your energy entering the simulation, but it played out in the simulation as a sperm entering an egg, but it was really a sine wave entering a vacuum tube. That's sonoluminescence. I'm going to get into that in a minute. The sperm going into the egg is a sound going into a vacuum tube to create light, which the doctor calls conception. But when the sound enters the jar, it's an explosion. Boom, the impact, and it creates the body, which shaped like a mushroom cloud. And what happens when the sperm enters the egg, it's the sound wave. See, the sperm is just a sound wave. When the sound wave enters the egg, go research sonoluminescence. Let me show you what sonoluminescence is. Let's read it. Sonoluminescence is a phenomenon where light is emitted from small gas bubbles when they are rapidly collapsed by sound waves within a liquid. Let me show you what we mean here. I got an image up for you guys. Bear with me. Pull this up for you. Oh, okay. I didn't open it. Here we go. Let me pull it. Here it is right here. Oh wow, I didn't open that up, did I? Let me do something real quick, people. My bad. I thought I had my sonoluminescence joint up. I'll just pull it up again. So sonoluminescence is light made from sound. In water, sound with the right frequency can produce a super hot bubble that creates a flash of light when it collapses. So basically the sperm cell goes into the egg, which is full of the water that we just read. Let me pull this up for y'all. And the doctors say she have conceived. This is the Star of Bethlehem. This is the Gnostic teaching of Christ. Christ is an archetype that represent our soul's journey in the flesh. This became the Star of Bethlehem that was seen by the wise men. Who were the wise men? They were the doctors at that time who were giving birth. They had technology just like we have today that they can see the light of conception back in ancient Egypt. So all of us are represented by a light in the sky. Why? The sky above was also a gateway to see what's up there, was to look in between a woman's legs. They knew that on the earth until we lost that knowledge, that souls from heaven come through the woman on earth, as above, so below. A soul enters the sky vault, and that is the sperm entering the woman's egg. What's playing out in macro is playing out in micro. But when the sperm enters the egg, then a light is formed. The doctors call that the light of conception. But see, the sperm is nothing but a sound wave. It's going into this compressed, watery jar, and sonoluminescence take place, and your avatar is formed from all that transformation of energy. It's cymatics, y'all. Cymatics. 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 So the moment the sound waves enter this jar, you're going to get this sonoluminescence. The doctor going to say, okay, she's conceived. That means we see a flash of light in her fetal bag. There's a little light shining in her belly. We don't even see a body yet, but we see this light. Something's there. And it's invisible with our physical eyes, quote unquote. So they need technology that would allow them to see that a woman has conceived, because there is no body during conception. Ain't no physical flesh. What they're detecting is invisible energy. A soul just landed. and the soul show up before the body is formed around it. Once the body forms around this light will seat itself at the brain of that body, and it will start to control that body as the mind or the guide or the God. Okay? This is God right here. This is your mind. This is the consciousness that landed in your mama from the day you entered the earth. It's what's seated now in your brain. It needs a watery world. All right? This light need to be surrounded by water so that it can maintain sonoluminescence. So when your light first fell into the physical plane, remember, it needs to live in these watery realms for sonoluminescence to take place. So your light borrowed your mother's fetal bag as its first incubator for it to sonoluminesce, if that's a word. It used your mama first. And once it was able to transform, because this is like an incubation process, the sperm becomes a human. Now it's able to house itself in its own avatar, and it seats itself as at its own brain. But the transformation process haven't stopped yet. It's gonna now outgrow the brain just like it outgrew the mama's fetal bag. And the only thing that's gonna be left for it to break through nets is the firmament dome. So there's layers of awakening. Your first house was inside of your mama. Your next house is inside of yourself. And your third house after this is gonna be inside, basically inside of your macro body, your God body, you will be exposed to. Which is what this God is doing. He's busting up out of his own skull. It's like waking up from a dream. Consciousness is leaving the head that was walking around the dream world. So that the person that's walking around the dream world, that brain got to lay down in order for the soul to go to another head. Why? Let me show you real quick. It's very simple. Your brain is the doorway into the earth realm, into duality. Look at your brain like a Pokemon ball, like a genie lamp, like two doors to a gate. And once the soul go inside this thing, the door shut. And the only way the soul can open this thing back up is for the light inside of the bubble to get so expanded that it just blow this damn ball open. Because that's what happened with Sonoluminescence. Here go the story of that happening, by the way. In the bottom left corner, you have Freemasonic cosmology, which is plagiarized from Gnosticism. They hold the knowledge, they give you the beliefs. By the way, people, I'm working on a very dope documentary for you guys. Have you been enjoying my edited documentaries? Come on now, I've been working hard with quality content because I rocks with y'all my peoples. So share it, like it, comment, help me out. Let's spread this Gnosticism so that we can have knowers instead of believers. Watch this, right? Along with all of the deep stuff that I'm making, I have this very dope documentary called Believing versus Knowing, where I'm remaking my original video. You can share that with your loved ones. It's like a gateway into Gnosticism, but it's gonna go into belief versus gnosis on a psychological level, how the mind functions when it's a believer versus a seeker of knowledge. It's very, I got real life statistics. It's a very deep, informative, knowledgeable documentary about believers versus knowers. It's very deep. I'm working on it. It'll be uploaded soon. But let's get back to the teachings. What we're looking at now is a collage full of different deities around the world that represents busting up out the simulation. So what I'm gonna do at this time, I'm gonna keep teaching y'all, but I'm gonna take a real quick break at my hour mark. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna get my Bob Marley on, right? I'm about to roll me up something, and it only take me about 3 minutes. In that time, I'm gonna play a song for y'all. Enjoy the music. We're gonna come back and break down this symbolism and go even deeper.
Support the content you love. Your contribution matters. It helps us continue our groundbreaking research, allowing us to create the unique content that you expect from our brand.
Sánchez cocinando.
Yeah. This is not a spoof, I got proof. When you the truth, all of these haters be hella mad at you. I be in the booth full of goose, avoiding chickens, doing what the fuck I'm supposed to do. You trying to stop my plan, know that you's a fan, throwing rocks and hiding your hands. All you got is fam, heard that from my grams when she was watching Silence of the Lambs. Swear I tell you no lies, as days go by, I be wiping more tears from my eyes. Had to swallow my pride to brighten my skies. I'm seeing all these wolves in disguise, they be hating on me every day. Oh yeah, yeah. Cause they know that I'm the truth and I let this bitch loose, yeah. Oh yeah. And I be twisting up that backwoods, rolling through them backwoods, yeah. Every day. My haters can't move forward cause they got this shit backwards, yeah. Oh yeah. Life is one big road with lots of signs. When you ride through the ruts, don't complicate your mind. Flee from hate, mischief, and jealousy. Don't bury your thoughts, put your vision to reality. Now if you not a fluke and you the truth, put your hands in the air like you raising the roof. Ever since a youth, I've been hater proof. All my dogs woof, it's cloudy in the booth. You don't stand a chance, you know that you's a stand. Wanna see me stuck inside a can. All you got is fam, heard that from my grams when she was cooking cornbread and yams. Swear I tell you no lies, as days go by, I be wiping more tears from my eyes. Had to swallow my pride to brighten my skies. I'm seeing all these wolves in disguise, they be hating on me every day. Oh yeah. Cause they know that I'm the truth and I let this bitch loose, yeah. Oh yeah. And I be twisting up that backwoods, rolling through them backwoods, yeah. Every day. My haters can't move forward cause they got this shit backwards, yeah. Oh yeah.
Sánchez cocinando.
Over a dark cloud, shining on you with its warm rays of beneficence.
Yo, once again from the soul. This is my notebook. Let me rip you a page that'll make you sit back and witness the plague. Got kids pitching grenades, missing the days. Guess you can't be a star sitting in the shade. And at times, life will make you sicker than AIDS. Twisting the haze, laid out wishing you prayed. Working hard, no difference is made. In a world that'll kill you and spit in your grave. The best thing a parent can say to a child, success has no restriction for age. Or we might be another nigga twisting some braids in the penitentiary, spending some days. Bad choices, plus you know how niggas persuade. Them snakes got venomous ways. And the worst thing to a man is feeling betrayed. Head above water, still get hit with a wave. Still think of my queen, get hit with a daze. Still treat us no different than slaves. This world will take hearts and fill them with rage. Water seeds with hate and make them sit in a cage. On some bullshit. World on some bullshit. Nothing new under the sun. Shit ain't no different today. You know I can give up what your ministers say. I won't forget the past to remember the faith. As society takes souls and send them astray, then it's the hate you got trapped deep in your heart. So in these times I fall back deep in the arts, hidden colors. Got a nigga seeking the ark, sipping tea, watching devils pull people apart. I remember an old saying, reap what you sow. On your journey, stay humble and teach what you know. And this flow ain't the shit you see at the store. It's more like the damn killer that you greet at the door. Third eye be the seed of your soul. Such a beautiful earth these demons control. Gonna make shit better if I can, cause all over the world my empire stand. On some bullshit. World on some bullshit. On some bullshit. World on some bullshit. We back. I told y'all it was just a little break. Yeah, I'm ready to talk about this collage right here. Because Jack in the Box, again, it represents completion. When you put a check mark inside of a box, right? So you gotta look at your like you know how. Let me show y'all how deep this is. Remember that the word siphon, because before I take this off the board, let's do some more etymology. See, because the word siphon, this is a siphon. This is what a siphon look like. This is the word siphon. I'm gonna show you what linguistic syncretism is. Siphon, if you do the etymology, it becomes these words. Which later becomes this word. The word siphon becomes sabin, which is seven, which becomes seven. What is another word for seven? Septos, scepter. What is a scepter? A scepter is a siphon. A scepter is the top part of the magician's wand that bend over. It's called a scepter. It bends over, and the scepter is the septos, the part that makes the seven. But the siphon is the seven, the siphon. Over time, the words, think of like time, create the ages is like a wall. Like I'm telling you my name's Sanchez right now. Now what about right now? My name's Sanchez. Now what if I put another one? My name's Sanchez. Every age buries another layer on top of the truth. And then the truth gets distorted. So the word seven, for example, if you trace it all the way back, you will see that it was never seven, it was siphon. But if I tell y'all a story right now and pass it through 100 people, it ain't gonna be the same when it get to the last person. So as these stories and words are being spoken throughout the ages, every age it transforms to something else. And it's my job as a syncretist to show you the transformations and how they relate. And I love my job, man. And I'm gonna read all of the cash apps, the donations, and the super chats. Let's move to the next part. I wanna keep my flow because I've been and forgot, right? Because I'm already forgetting where I was about to go. So we went over, oh yeah. So check this out, right? Here's what's deep about the wordplay. Hey, drop a one if y'all hear my, if I'm good. Because my dog's barking. If y'all can hear me over the dogs, drop a one. Drop a one, y'all can hear me over the dogs. And if Drop a one real quick. Yes. All right, thank you. I'll continue. I want to do something with this collage because I really want to show y'all a lot of plagiarization now that I've given you the deep Gnosticism and you see about the Kundalini and all that. We can skip back to the deep stuff, but the simple, important stuff, we gotta point it out, the plagiarism. We got to show the plagiarization because if y'all don't learn that, then it's like a smack in your ancestors' face, man. So it's a lot of work I gotta do. I got to give you the deep knowledge that the Gnostics was teaching, but I also got to expose these thieves and show you what they did and how they plagiarized it, like I just showed you with Nuwa and Anu. It's more. These folks are thieves, and I'm gonna show you some more thievery. So as well as exposing the truth, I got to expose the thievery and the lie. And I love it because check it out, man. That's when the ancestors get to shine because check it out, right? There's a Greek goddess. We're going to call her Alma. Her name is Alma Matur. Talking about the maturing of the soul. But let's say Alma. And I'm going to show you what Alma looked like. She's a female form of Jack in the Box. She's up there in the top right corner next to Anu right here. And that's the Greek goddess Alma. But there is a Dogon goddess that predate this Greek goddess Alma, and she's down here in the bottom left corner. She's a female form of Jack in the Box, and her name is Alma. You see what these doggone plagiarists? Let me show you. See? I can't just teach you the truth. I want to show you what the liars did. Look at what they done, see? They turned Alma into Alma. They turned Alma into Alma. And when they turned Alma to Alma, and again, Alma is this black goddess in the bottom left. Alma is this white goddess up here. But Sanchez, why does it matter if everybody got the truth? Everybody ain't got no truth. When they turned this goddess into Alma, she only represent part of their educational system. So again, if a person go to college, right, let me show you what I mean. It stopped being spiritual education and it went to Greek earthly consumerism education that ain't getting you to be a god. It's getting you to be a consumer and a person in a rat race. Let me show you what the Greek version represent. If you go to college, right, alma mater refers to the school, college, or university that someone has attended, especially one they graduated. So the concept of coming up out of school was called the alma mater, but that was the original concept of resurrection because earth is a school. And when your spirit come up out of this earth realm, you just graduated from school. The word diploma comes from the word deployment. They literally playing on words, which is why I like linguistic syncretism. Watch this. Watch this. You know what? Let me take my sleeve off. I'm tripping. We need all of the board to show. Let me come down. Let me put my desk down a little. It'll show you the rest of y'all. There we go. Get all of that on there. Now look, watch this. The mature form of Alma represent the body ascending to a god. You become mature, like a caterpillar becoming a butterfly. The word mater is them hiding the word mature. They don't want us gods to become mature gods and rise up to our godhood. In other words, they don't want the caterpillar to become a butterfly and graduate out of school. Before this turned into the alma mater, it was talking about the maturing of Alma, which is the soul. But also the diploma represented your deployment. And the diploma is rolled up like an obelisk, like a scroll. And the reason that the diploma sounds like deployment is because if you look at what the diploma is, it's a little bitty scroll. And that little bitty scroll is Jack holding the beanstalk. That's Jacob holding the ladder. Deployment. Diploma is deployment. They changed all of this stuff, y'all. Before they created any schools on Earth, they was teaching you that Earth was a school. You know why they think ancient people was dumb as hell? Because the ancient people didn't have no schools. They look around the ancient world, you don't see schools. So the thing about it is because they taught that the Earth was a school. The Mayan was telling you that you are a soul and the earth around you is a school. It is a classroom. So they didn't put you in another school. They let you learn the world around you. But what the Greeks do, they put you in another classroom and they build a whole nother fake world around you made out of lies, theories, belief systems. And that's called the Matrix. And Jacob never makes a ladder. He just sleeps in the matrix like Neo before he woke up. Jacob's ladder is your spinal cord. It's the obelisk that represent resurrection. But the obelisk is the diploma that they give you. What do they do with the diploma? They wrap it up in a ribbon because they really showing you the Nehushtan or the Moses staff. Right? That diploma is the barber pole. And they wrapping a ribbon around it is the swirls around the barber pole. The red and blue swirl wrapping around your barber pole. See, Moses had a stick with a snake wrapped around it. Today they give you a roll of paper with the ribbon wrapped around it. But remember, Moses' stick represent what? That he is a wise man. Now, what do your diploma represent? That you smart, you made it out of school. They've been flipping the symbolism, y'all. It's deeper than what we think. But the dude that think he went to college think he's smart when he just really got dumbed down into the mystery system to where everything now a mystery to him. He's not a Gnostic. He know theories and myths and got a belief system. So look at the Moses staff. They call it the Nehushtan. And what is the Nehushtan? The devil. I told you they demonized this knowledge. This is a form of Nuwa, the serpent. This is the Kundalini energy that they turned into Satan. If you look at the word Nehushtan, you can see the name Satan. The Shaitan is Satan. Nahush, Satan. Diploma, deployment. See, the serpent represent wisdom. That's how you get your diploma and you can deploy up out of this bitch. They don't want you to know this so you can leave, right? Look at here. The staff that Moses carry is broke down into two words. It's called a Nehushtan. But the Nehu is one word. And Shaitan is another one. And it translates to the staff of Satan or the Neo It's like two words, right? Neo is the word of Noah, like in the Matrix. Neo in the Matrix is Noah in the Ark. Same story about the simulation. Neo is Noah. Noah. And this is in the neocortex. A lot of our, but think about this, right? Neo is Noah. The last part is Satan. Neo Satan. Nehushtan. See what I'm saying? And it's just talking about this same concept, the Kundalini, the serpent energy. The one, Neo. Shaitan, Satan, the serpent. That's the symbol that Moses got. That is the diploma. Moses was a wise man when he lifted that up. And guess what? When you lift this up, people say, look at you not going on. You smart now. You know something, huh? So what do? They put the box on your head. This is the jack in the box. The tassel is turning. All of this is dealing with cosmic knowledge, bro. Gnosticism, which is knowledge, gnosis. When you go to school and get your diploma, they're plagiarizing the fact that Earth is a school, and you can't get your diploma until you get out of their school and realize they lied. You holding that diploma in your hand is like Jack holding on to this beanstalk right here. Here it is. Because this is how you're going to elevate yourself to heaven on the elevator. You're going to hold on to this North Pole and you're going to catch a ride up to the sky like Jack did with his beanstalk. This is the original obelisk, and the god that symbolizes this North Pole ascension is right here. He's called a demiurge. You see him in between the sun and the moon because the North Pole is in between the sun and the moon. What does the demiurge have on his head? A crown of thorns. And you telling me that ain't Jesus Christ? Huh? See, before Christ, people talked about resurrection differently. This little snake in between the sun and moon, it represents the split in between your left and right brain. It represents the serpent that I just showed you on my thumbnail. That's in between everything in your body right here. Look, this serpent in between your left and right brain, they called it the demiurge. But let me give you some more words to break down with the etymology. Don't let them lie to you. This God ain't come to divide and conquer you. He came to divide and complete you. Because as a baby God, and within all baby gods, right, it's the potential for good and bad. So what the demiurge does, right, the demiurge takes this baby god and it splits the baby god into two pieces, a evil god and a good god, and it let both of them gods live inside your one body in the earth realm. So one half of God is on this side of the spine, and the other half on that side of the spine. And this the devil, this the angel on each shoulder. You two gods in one, split at the spine. And the right side represent when you want to do good, that's coming from over here. Whenever you making a bad decision, that's coming from over here. So good and bad exist in us simply because we got left and right brain. Good and bad is a program that the demiurge is running, and we call it the do-out, or the simulation. But the reason the demiurge split you into two is because you got to decide which version of the self you want to be. This God ain't dividing you up to conquer you. He's dividing you up to give you a choice of who you want to be. Your good version or bad version, or somewhere in between the two. He's allowing you to develop your character, to carve out who you want to be. So this is like an incubation process of furnace where you get to mold out who you want to be. And if you come out of the furnace and you don't like what you are, you go back in and you go, it's like a molded process until you come out perfect. But this represents the split in the brain that creates duality. We all signed up for this. And here it is in another way right here with, let me go back to my notes first of all, right? Because when the Gnostics got demonized, the serpent became associated with Satan. Meditation and breath work became Eastern or pagan or Hindu type stuff. But there was always a connection between the East and West world. They don't show you. Jesus' disciples are his avatars. Now, let me go back and show you. We finna go deep with this thing now. Remember what I was telling y'all, that you exist as more than one version of yourself, and you got to explore all of your versions, which is 7, before you can make it out. And so here is an image of Jacob reaching the 7th heaven, all of his avatars making it up about the matrix and reuniting heaven. The concept of your one becoming many represents the fall of man. We was one singular consciousness. We split into many versions, and these many versions will have communion with each other in the dual realm, where we exist as many different versions of ourselves. That means in the underworld, you exist in a multiverse full of parallel realities, and you got to voyage through the multiverse, exploring the many versions of yourself, and the end goal is awakening, knowledge, self-mastery. This image of Vishnu with his avatars is showing you how the one becomes many, right? To the left of Vishnu is all of his worst versions. To the right of him is all of his good versions. In the middle of him is neuter, netter, neutral, Santa, center. And what kind of hat is Santa wearing? You see Vishnu with the Santa hat on? It's a triangle with the little circle on top. That's the real story of Santa. Santa is Satan. This became satanic when the church cursed it. So the knowledge of the center of the earth, center, became sinner. You're a sinner now. And it became people hating themselves and worshiping God because they think they filthy and dirty. But before it was the word sinner, it was the word center, which is Santa. And we was teaching about how great we were, not how wicked and dirty we were in the eyes of some bougie ass Roman god. That's when they hid the knowledge. Okay, so the center one is the true self. It's a culmination of what you see on the left and the right coming to a central point to make your greatest version out of all the good and the bad that you went through. So you can look at the faces on the left. Is Vishnu learning by bumping his head and making mistakes? And you can look at the faces on the right as Vishnu learning simply by just doing the right thing. Because if I'm in the classroom, I don't get all of the questions wrong. I get some right. And then when I get them right, what I learn is that, hey, I didn't have to learn. I learned that. The ones I marked wrong, I got to get corrected. Those represent a do-over, which is a devil or a demon, which is what they call a god of repetition, a version of you that failed and had to do it over. And it learned in a do-over. And the versions of him on the right are the ones that just got it right on the first time. And the ones on the left, them are the ones that got left behind. They had to do it over. Like a child that took a test and it didn't pass, it got left. Everyone else went on to the next test, but it got to do that one over till it passed it, it got left. So left is left. It's ignorance. It's you being separated from knowledge of God, which is righteousness. Right? So why is these directions associated with ignorance, knowledge, morality, and all that? It's simply because the right brain is for intuition and the left brain is for instinct. When you gotta learn by exploring your instinctive nature, it is like learning by getting your ass whipped. And when you learn by exploring your intuitive nature, it's like getting rewarded because you did right. So it's two ways you can teach a child. You can punish them for doing wrong, or you can simply reward them for doing right. You can say, look, if your room is dirty, I'm going to whoop your butt. Or if your room is clean, I'm going to take you out to Chuck E. Cheese. But so the soul come to learn both ways, right? Both ways. So there are some things that the soul got to learn through punishment, and some things it's going to learn through reward. And that's what both of these different faces are represented. Why different avatars of Vishnu, and what is separated by his avatars that were instinctive versions versus on the right his avatars that was intuitive. And this is the angel on one shoulder, the devil on the next. But this is way more complicated than just one angel on one shoulder and one devil on the other one. You had a couple of angels on one shoulder and a couple of devils on the other one. And the severity of their influence increased the further or closer they got from the center. So for example, the devil that's all the way back here, his influence ain't that high because he can't be heard by the true self in the center like this devil that's right there on the side of you, right? So all of these devils on the left are saying the same thing, but it gets distorted the further away you go. But this was the Hindu trying to teach the intricacies of neural activity and how we act on thought. So there's levels to evil, there's levels to good. If I say, look, I'm about to fuck dude up, if I listen to this devil way over here, I might torture the man and go overboard. But if I listen to this devil that's closer to Vishnu, I might just slap him. Whereas same thing on the right side is levels to good. I say, look, this homeless man asking for money. Well, the angel way out here is saying, give his ass them little $5 you got, man. That's all he need. He just gonna get something to drink anyway. You did good, but it wasn't that good. If you listen to this face right here that's closer to Vishnu, it might tell you, hey, give that homeless man $100. You know you balling anyway. You got 50,000 in your bank account. Give the man $50 at least instead of 5. So it's instead of having one angel on the shoulder and one devil, the Hindu took it to another level. They had several angels and several demons that represent degrees of good and bad. Because there are severities of how good you can do and how bad you can do. It ain't that you did good, you did bad. You can do good, better, worse. Those are severities involved in the level of morality. So that was more like a measuring stick. How good did you do? How bad did you do? And today this would be like the hierarchy that we see in theology among demons and angels. That comes from Hinduism. When we say some angels are better than other ones and some demons are more evil than other demons, there's levels to it. Certain angels are more good than other angels, right? And they get that from this. But Krishna's avatars became Jesus's disciples. Okay? We need to know that Jesus's disciples are not different dudes following him around. It's different layers of Christ himself following him around, just like with Krishna here. So the serpent eventually became associated with Satan when the church crusaded. All of the stuff that I'm teaching you, like the concept of inner divinity, was replaced with guilt, sin, and it required us to now be dependent on priests and churches to remove said sin. Whereas at first, it was taught that all of your good and bad deeds were already written out and you just came here to fulfill them. And that at the end, it will be a divine lesson that will get you to another version of yourself. Like I told you earlier, if you look in the mirror right now and you happy with where you are right now when you compare where you used to be, then you doing good. But you owe where you at right now to the good and bad that you did. If I take away all the mistakes that you made in your life, you wouldn't be where you at right now. You owe where you at right now to the good and bad. So there was no concept of you being a sinner. You was a soul that came here to learn from both pillars, good and evil. Like I said, you came to learn who you are from doing bad and making mistakes. You came to learn who you are from being rewarded, doing good. All of that is going to culminate to Vishnu in the middle. It was never about you born a sinner. You are born a center or a Santa, which is a center of free energy. You're your own universe. And every beacon of light becomes its own North Pole within the darkness. That's what each star is. So what they teaching us in the space program is kind of true. It's that there is no direction once you get outside of the firmament dome. You're in the multiverse. And basically, whatever star you go toward, once you enter that star, then you get direction. The center of that star becomes your North Pole, and the cardinal directions are referenced around it. But once you leave that bubble, that reality, you in the multiverse, ain't no direction per se. The only reference points are lights all around you in the darkness. Once you pick one, then direction is born, because remember, directions are born within duality. So when you're traveling the multiverse, you can't say, well, I'm going north, east, west. You're just traveling the multiverse. And you going toward whatever star or whatever Stargate parallel reality you're entering for your next classroom. Once you get in there, then duality is created from the point of impact based upon your entry point. Now, what do you mean with the entry point, Sanchez? All of the heads that you see around Vishnu are like cardinal directions around the North Pole, just like we see the light rays around the polar star here, and this represents your pineal gland, which is Polaris. Pineal is related to the word pinnacle. The highest self is in the middle of the universe, and it's standing up just like Jet Li. But this image of Jet Li seated at the top of this step pyramid represent the pineal gland seated at the top of the brain stalk. Because if you pull up the brain stalk, it is a step pyramid. It is a rigid looking stairway looking thing. I'll pull it up for you. Here it is right here. It's called the pons, the P-O-N-S, the pons. Let's pull it up. You see it? It looked like a step pyramid. It's called the pons, and it's a pyramid shaped with steps on it. But once the consciousness climbs through the pons, it's now seated up in its new body. So when you give up the ghost, which is this light that's at the base of your brain, this light is gonna ascend up to the higher plane, and it's gonna resurrect through another you and seat itself in that brain. So when this ball of lights gets seated on top of the pons, they give you this symbol of an all-seeing eye on top of a step pyramid, which represents liberation. The landing, the bird has, when Noah released that bird and it shows land, it represents the prodigal son returning home. Because every plane we ascend to, we getting closer to the base reality and closer to the true self returning home. And this symbol represents when we make it to the highest heaven and the eye of God becomes open. Now they say that Jesus wear a crown of thorns, but I bet you didn't know that Jesus was also the all-seeing eye. Why you think this all-seeing eye got a crown of thorns on? Let me show y'all something real quick, man. Show you something real quick. Because if you think I'm going deep now, just wait. Here is the all-seeing eye. It said Jesus was pierced all over in his sides. That's because the symbol of Christ before Christ was an eye symbol. But this eye symbol is what they calling the Jesus fish. Now check this out. This symbol in Egypt, it ain't a fish, it is an eye. I'm gonna say that again. This same symbol that y'all calling a Jesus fish, when you get to Kemet, it ain't a fish, it's an eye now. This fish represents the center of the soul, which sees all, the all-seeing eye. Look at Jet Li. Jet Li is at the top of the holy mountain like the all-seeing eye, right? Is at the all-seeing eye is at the top of the mountain, and all of the rays are leading back to the source of light. All of these men that you see trying to get to Jet Li are his avatars uniting with him in a cosmic battle where he's wrestling with each version of himself, but the war don't end in him eliminating the version, it ends in him merging with one. All of God's avatars will return home to this one spot, and they will culminate to form this God version of yourself. Because what each of these avatars is a version of you that learned its own lesson in its own parallel reality. And once all of your avatars make it back to one spot, you're going to have so much knowledge. Imagine if you can access all of your avatars, every version of yourself that exists throughout the multiverse. That's what Vishnu represents, the all-knowing. And that leads back to the word gnosis. The all-knowing God is what manifests within every human when you complete this school. You become the all-knowing, which is the all-gnosis. You become a Gnostic. We started as Gnostics, and we gonna end as Gnostics. Gnosticism ain't a religion. It is an initiation that we entered the moment we was born. In other words, the moment us baby God said we wanted knowledge, we became Gnostics, baby Gnostics. And this whole reincarnation matrix is your entry, your initiation into Gnosticism. So once you make it up out of here, you will be a God, a knower, a full Gnostic. But the G for Gnostic is the same G for God. I mean, the word Gnostic is synonymous with God, because the Gnostic is the one that knows the secrets of creation, reality. That is God. It knows the mysteries of man and the universe. All of those were never mysteries. They was knowledge that the universe wanted every man to know. That's why the Bible said, prove all things. The Bible wouldn't tell you to prove all things, then keep you in mystery and belief. Come on now, silly. If the Bible is a book of truth, it's meant for you to, the truth is meant to be proven, not believed. Once you prove the truth, you know it, and you've been initiated into the truth by you saying, I know it. You saying, I'm a Gnostic. Know is gnosis. The people that saying, I know what I'm talking about, not I believe what I'm saying and what the Bible said, that separate the Gnostics from the believers, and the Gnostics are the ones that will inherit the kingdom. This universe is very relentless when it comes to knowledge. It don't care how sweet and kind you is. If you dumb, you ain't going to the next heaven. I'm going to say that again. Why did the ancestors, why were they so obsessed with knowledge to the point where even the word Gnostic is the word knowledge? They was naming themselves off the word knowledge because they knew knowledge was power. God is power, right? And if you ain't God, you the devil, which is an ignorant motherfucker keeping humanity back. Not thinking outside the box, maintaining the status quo, repeating what the church programmed in you. You can only be God or a devil in this dual realm. The people that know, they the gods. The people that believe, they the devils. That's why the root word of believe is lie. And the devil is a deceiver. He perpetuates the lie through belief systems. The universe don't care if you a sweet liar. The universe don't care if you fed the homeless. But you told people that they want God to believe in a sky daddy. You committed the ultimate sin, which is keeping a soul in darkness, man. I don't care how many kids you saved. The highest form of good that you can do in the universe, according to Plato, according to the Magi, according to the Gnostics, the highest form of good you can do in the universe is to enlighten. Facts. Bro, you can go feed 3 homeless nations and you didn't do as good as a person that woke up 3 people's minds. It's way more harder to wake 1 person up than it is to feed 100 hungry people. Because it's way more hard to feed the mind than to feed the body. People ain't giving enough credit to the people with the truth. They giving more credit to the people out there doing secular activities under the guise of 5013Cs and outreach and community work when they're in bed with the state. Don't get me started, nigga.
Sánchez cocinando.
You gonna leave me alone. I swear y'all dudes ain't like me. You're not like me. But now let me keep moving with my knowledge here, man. Here is another image of Vishnu's avatars, and you can see surrounding Vishnu are all of his avatars living out a different reality in parallel universes around him. Look at there. This is the story that they taught before the church hid it. Jesus' disciples were his disciplined bodies, meaning that they were his other versions of himself that needed to work on something about themselves. There's a version of you in the universe that's a liar. There's a version of you in the universe that's a sex whore. In each of these universes, Vishnu got to wake up and take control over that avatar and discipline it. Because each of these versions of him are out of control with some deadly sin in one of these universes. One of them is a gluttony. He's eating it. So it's something in the simulation that's ruling over his energy, and he got to reclaim it by being born into these parallel realities and actually suffering like Christ did and overcoming the flesh and seeking nothing but knowledge. All of his avatars can't come home until he go into each of these parallel realities and live out that life and wake up in each avatar. So no matter what he doing in each of these worlds, when his consciousness lands in that world, it will realize I'm God sleeping versus I'm a foot masseuse, which is what he doing in this world. Or in this world, right? You know, he's fighting in this world, right? So let's say he's a fighter right here. When he's born into this universe, he's going to realize, man, I'm not a fighter. I'm a god that fell asleep and forgot that I'm come from a higher realm, and I've been recycled in this world over and over fighting. So throughout Vishnu lifetime in this parallel universe, he have deja vu about him beating this dude up, and that deja vu lets him know something is up, man, something going on. Why am I seeing this? Because in these parallel realities, it's basically like a movie starring him, where his character is going to play out that script whether he's conscious of it or not. So he existed before his consciousness showed up, right? Because that character in the movie had the script and it was running out before he showed up. But when he show up, he experiences the script for the first time consciously. It's like a movie that's playing in my bedroom, but I'm not watching it. When I show up to watch the movie, that's when I start my life, but my life was gone before I showed up, if that make any sense. So these are books that were written out before Vishnu started reading them. And as he read each book, he get more knowledge. And we're reading the book of life now by living experience. So when they say it was written, that's why you have deja vu. Basically, what Vishnu is showing us right here is the Yggdrasil tree that I showed you earlier. But now remember, this tree is called Yggdrasil, YGG, but the Y is really the E in our language. So it's egg drizzle, egg drizzle. Now, what does that mean? Let's break that down. What does Yggdrasil mean? Well, the YGG is the word egg, and the drizzle is drizzle, like raining. It's drizzling on me. So what Yggdrasil mean is eggs that's falling. And the egg that fell was Humpty Dumpty. They told this story in the form of Humpty Dumpty, the fallen eggs. What's happening is this right here. These worlds that you see are called eggs. YGG, eggs. But this tree is like recycling them. It ain't just holding them still. It's like juggling them. It's like a juggler. So let me show you what I mean. These eggs are being recycled around the axis point. It's 7 of them. And they're the 7 chakras or checkpoints or parallel realities that your soul must go through before it can go back to Asgard up here. Okay? So this tree is like a Ferris wheel, so to speak, where the worlds ain't still. They're drizzling. Another word for falling is drizzling. So a person that's juggling a bunch of balls, these balls are constantly falling. These balls are in a constant state of falling, right? So, or drizzling. So Yggdrasil is dealing with what the tree is doing. It's drizzling these eggs, or it's juggling these eggs around a central point. But another way to look at this tree is right here. This is your God body. And surrounding your God body is the stars. So what is the God body? It's basically the central nervous system represented by Vishnu, or the tree trunk right here. It's the part of you that's invisible, what's projecting your avatar inside the simulation. The Egyptians called it the hidden one, pure invisible consciousness. And it will always be hidden because there is no layer of the self that can permeate into the innermost part. Like, this part of you is such at the core of the self that your journey inward, it's a pioneer. This part of you is like a boat, and your journey is like the wake of the boat. And the wake will always be behind the boat. The boat is like a pioneer that's paving the way. That's what Vishnu is for his avatars, like you see here. So look at this Vishnu in the middle like a boat, and look at his 2 sets of avatars on each side, like the 2 what do you call them? The 2 patterns that the boat wake make when the boat split the water. It make the 2 pillars, Joachim and Boaz. This is why Jesus is splitting the bread. Look at here. The boat is Krishna. That's the true self. But the fake self is the wake. That's your body. That's your body. The soul will never exist outside of a body. So when I say you having an out-of-body experience, it should really be called an out-of-this-body experience, because you will always end up in some lighter body as density. But the thing is, how light can you get? This thing go to infinity, so you will never reach the innermost part of this sonum bonum, but the journey will become heaven as we cross a certain threshold. You see what I'm saying? So Vishnu is the boat, but duality is created as the boat moves, As the sine wave moved through the primordial waters, that is the demiurge, the sperm and the egg splitting the egg, making the yin and the yang. The serpent in the middle of the yin and the yang, that serpent that's in the middle of the yin and the yang, is the sperm that went in the egg to split it in the middle to make duality. But remember, the egg is full of water. So as the sperm journeys through the egg, it creates a wake. And that wake is what creates the duality. Because think about it, what happens when a person is in a process of waking up, that means they're not fully woke. So when they're in the process of waking up, they half sleepy, they half woke, because they're awakening, wake. They haven't awakened with an ED past tense. They are wakening. And that wakening is I'm half sleep, I'm half woke. That creates the left and right brain. Sleep and woke, instinct, intuition, devil, angel. But that sleep half and woke half is created by the boat, which is the energy. The soul is neutral, right? The soul ain't got a dog in the fight. That's the demiurge. It ain't negative or evil. It's creating duality as energy stay in motion. All right. So take the M off motion, what you get? Ocean. If you take the M off motion, you get ocean, because you can't have movement without a medium. And that medium is defined as an ocean. So this is how we get the split in the universe, simply energy and motion. And these emotions turn into experiences that we call life, that manifest from the higher realm. And they play out as parallel realities, as stories that the soul come to experience. And once it read the story, it gain gnosis. Knowledge is power. The more power it get, the more it can become Neo and transcend the matrix. Very simple. So right here is an example of what the God body looks like. It looks like this. I'm going to show you another version of it. Here is the ancient Catholic version of it from the 1700s. They was teaching about vortex energy. And here is the modern version of it. What they call this was the man of sin, which is what Jesus is, the representation of sin. But before Jesus represented sin, the devil did, which is why they both is the serpent that's lifted up on the cross. Because this satanic knowledge was wisdom. It wasn't evil. It was wisdom. It was gnosis. It was Gnosticism. So the man of sin, even if you look at this collage, what did they say? They said Jesus wore a crown of thorns, right? Well, if you look at your God body right here, look at what's on the head. Spikes. Jesus with the crown of thorns on represent Buddha, sleep in the tree. Let me show you what they got up at the Vatican. A Romanized form of Buddha in the form of Christ. They got this serpent form of Jesus at the Vatican, and it is embedded within the tree. But this is Buddhism in the Western world that was hidden. At some point, everyone was telling the story of resurrection, and the oldest forms of this Romanized Jesus is there at the Vatican telling you the story right in your face. Remember the collage that I put up of the Pharaoh in the tree, Buddha in the tree? All right. This is resurrection. This image of Christ at the Vatican, it ain't nothing to be scared of, man. Here it is right here. Let me show you another version so you can quit tripping. Here it is right here. See, that tree represent Christ busting up out the waters below. Look at it like a water splash. Think of someone splashing out of water. Baptism, you being born again, resurrection, a new you. They got, so the sacred geometry is a tree. They got so many ways to show this, But I'm trying to open your third eye. This is what Jesus is doing on the tree. He's rising up out of the waters below. So I showed you guys this with Buddha, right? Let me pull that back up. Let's pull it back up. Here it is right here. People will look at this at the Vatican and they will go into Satanism and all kind of spookism. And that's what the Vatican wants you to do. That's what the papacy wants you to do, because that reinforces the belief system of the devil and monsters and the God. Ooh, the Pope is hiding Satanism. No, they're not. They're hiding the knowledge of self behind spookism and mysticism. Jesus busting up out that tree is like Buddha busting up out the tree. It's like the caterpillar busting up out the cocoon. It's like Jack climbing up the beanstalk. It's like that Nagini right there in the bottom right corner coming up out the water, making a ripple effect. Saturn has ripples around him because he's emerging from the water. He just completed his earthly life. And the sky is blue for a reason, y'all. You want to know why the sky blue? Because you are up under some water right now. And there's different density layers to water that they not telling you about. Water comes in so many different density layers. They only got you thinking about the wet one at the ocean. But let me show you what the ancestors said, that the sky was an ocean. And that it's a less dense ocean. And that when your soul rise up past the blue sky, it's gonna bust up to a whole nother earth above here, like this, till it get all the way up to the top of the mountain where heaven is. So the knowledge of our soul ascending past this ethereal layer was told as Jesus Christ today, but the knowledge is hidden behind us taking these stories literally and not deciphering and decoding like I'm doing. When the Bible say prove all things, it's telling you, listen, I'm a book of truth, but I've been tampered with, so you need to decode me. All right? That's right. If the Bible had the truth in it directly, hook, line, and sinker, it wouldn't have told you to prove nothing. It would have told you to just read me and you good. But the Bible is giving you a disclaimer. It's saying prove all things. All things include it. That'll be like me knowing that somebody MK Ultra'd me. And my family asking me for the truth. But the way that the MK Ultra work, I can't really give them the truth directly because my MK Ultra got me speaking the truth in codes. So I can't bypass my programming. So what I do is after I tell my family the truth, I then tell them, please prove what I just said for yourself. That's me overriding my MK Ultra, so to speak. Because the Bible is written with truth in it, but it's been revised and interpreted and distorted where the truth is distorted. But the people that wrote the Bible, they knew that the truth would be distorted, which is why they wrote to you in the book, prove shit. Because the Bible know if the truth was just hook, line, and sinker, where if you just read it and that's the truth, you don't gotta prove nothing. That's easy. Just read the truth and accept it. The Bible know that it's a book of truth, but it know that the truth is coded within it, which is instead of the Bible telling you, hey, decipher me, the Bible is saying, read me with diligence or prove all things. That'll be like me telling my family, hey, everything I just told you, prove it for yourself. They would know I just gave them a code and they can't take it seriously, literally. They gotta decipher it. If my son say, Daddy, where you been? And I say, hey, I'm in the place that smell like cotton candy and boom, boom, boom. I give a bunch of hints, but I don't give the exact place. I give an abstract, vague codes, and I tell my son, figure it out and you'll get the truth. But I ain't just give my son the truth directly. I gave him a bunch of hints and codes, and I told him, if you figure that out, you'll get the truth. That's what the Bible telling you when it say prove all things or seek diligently. The Bible is saying, yeah, I got the truth, but it ain't gonna be easy. You got to do some deciphering, some decoding, because the church got a hold of me and tampered with me. And it's so deep that the prophets, the Gnostics that wrote the Bible knew that the truth would be distorted over time. So they wrote inside of the book, hey, read me, but decipher me. Boy, that is some deep stuff. That is some, and it's to a point where you can't make no excuse. Because when you say, I didn't know, then guess what the writers of the Bible gonna say? But we told you to seek diligently. We didn't just say seek. We said seek diligently. Diligently mean extreme. It mean that to get the truth in this world of lies, you gonna have to really put some work in. That's right. It mean, bro, if you want the truth in your lifetime, the people, when you die, the ancestors gonna look at you in your face and they gonna be like, boy, you really wanted the truth. Because we was throwing everything at you in that place to keep you away from the truth. The system of government that's trying to keep y'all from the truth, that's a program that the ancestors running from heaven. They want to know who's really a god and who's a devil, and you can't cheat this. You can't lie with this. When the ancestors put you in the duat and the simulation and split you to good and bad version and run this game called capitalism, you're going to have a battle within yourself of good and bad. The war of Armageddon is take place within here. And if you want to be a god, the angel got to win because it got the wings. It can get up out of here. The devil don't. The devil got a pitchfork because if the devil stay here, it got to fight in this world of Armageddon. Food is scarce. It's capitalistic. It's barbaric. So you got to choose which version. See, the thing is this all a test. It's all a test. When you became a pure beam of consciousness in heaven, they didn't know whether you was going to be good or bad. So they dropped you down here in duality and seeing what you, and they watching your ass. And the reason they want to keep you dumb, because if you know this stuff, then guess what? If you know this from day one, which no human have, every human got to go through an ignorance period, just like every butterfly got to go through a cocoon or a veil. The ignorance period is your honesty period. Because when they take all your knowledge away, you think this place is real. You start acting out who you really are. You can't lie. It's like this, right? If I tell everybody the moment you born, hey, you being tested, man, everybody gonna do good just because they know they being tested. The universe want you to make the choice out of free will. Not under, like a police say, I'm not forcing you or nothing, because in court that'll get thrown out. The same laws apply with the universe. You can't be under duress. No one forcing you to do this. This choice was yours. You can't blame it. If you end up going to hell, which is reincarnating as a dumbass here in the flesh versus ascending to a god, the universe got it to where you can't blame nobody. That's why you was in ignorance. Because if somebody tell you, look, man, we finna put you in a test to see if you really good or bad. And if you be bad, this gonna happen. If you be good, that's threatening you. That's what the church did. The church said, if you be bad, you gonna burn in hell. If you do, that ain't what Gnosticism was. Gnosticism was more of a blind initiation into a spiritual cult, if you will, which is what heaven is. It's a cult, a good cult, that you gotta be initiated into it. So ignorance is the initiation process. All of the Gnostics, you will see the veil And a lot of Gnostic symbolism, it start off in blindfolders. And that's the Satan part, the one that put the veil is devil, the veil, the one put you in darkness. Now, when you in darkness, you got to find your light. And finding your light means that you're born into a world that you think is real. And the Gnostics, the ancestors, want you to think that. They plan a trick on you. Because with this kind of mind, you will honestly be what it is you really want to be. They don't want it to be, it ain't easy to climb a mountain. And climbing a stairway to heaven is climbing a mountain. So what they're doing is saying, look, we want people who really want to do good. They really want to be gods. They really want to be in heaven. And the only way we know if they really want to do it, we're going to put them in a world where evil rules. And it's basically saying, if you still choose good after being surrounded by all this evil, and this world even rewards you for being evil. You can be rich if you're more evil and cutthroat and don't care who you hurt. In this game, the evil people make it to the top of the world. Not the good-hearted kind old woman. She barely collect SSI, and the pastor poke chop young ass deceiving people in the dang on Benz and the Bentley. The rapper, not the righteous soul. It's a test. The test is the gods want to know who's really fit for heaven. Put it this way, right? It's like Mount Everest. If 20 people start climbing Mount Everest, the 2 people that make it to the top, guess what we can say? Boy, y'all really wanted to make it to the top, didn't you? Do you know how hard it is to climb Mount Everest? Do you know how many times you're going to want to turn around in the middle of your climb, of your ascension? If you make it to the top of Mount Everest, you really wanted to fucking be there. Ain't no question about it. You don't get to the top of that by mistake or playing around. It is a filtering process. The people who make it to the top of Mount Everest, they really, really wanted to be there. How I know? They made it. In order for you to make it to the top of Mount Everest, you know what? You had to want it real bad. Because it's a hard climb. The stairway to heaven is the same. It ain't easy. The church wanted to make it easy by saying you can do what you want to do and Christ gonna forgive you. That's a lie. In ancient Gnostic teachings, it was a grueling process of self-mastery and working on yourself. It was like when I stopped smoking cigarettes. Me stopping smoking cigarettes was like Jesus being crucified on the cross. You have to master yourself. And when I stopped smoking cigarettes, I can't explain to you the confidence that I got, which let me know I can do anything I want to do. See, we start to believe in ourselves more and more when we do little things, because the little things seem so big when it's unaccomplished. When I'm addicted to cigarettes, it seemed like a big Mount Everest. Then when I get off cigarettes and stop smoking, it's like, oh, that was a little hill. That wasn't even a big mountain. Guess what? I was small. The moment I grew and expanded my consciousness, that big mountain looked like a little hill. But think about it. It looks like a little hill because it's behind me now. This is the science of vanishing point. When I'm right in front of something or going toward it, it gets bigger. But when I put it behind me and conquer it and walk away, it gets smaller and smaller as I move away from it. It was a nothing burger, man. It was a non-factor. You look back at all of your problems that you conquered and you realize the shit wasn't even as big as you thought. You was just small. And the problem grew you. The problem made you bigger. The problem is like air for a balloon. It blow you up. You can't grow up without Anybody that ain't have no problems coming up, they're a little bitty child. Show me a rich kid. See, because they parents didn't let them go through nothing, no problems, so they act like a damn baby even when they 30. They spoil. Problems are what mature you. Figuring shit out, obstacles. The difference between an adult and a child ain't got enough problems. Its only problem is what toy I'm gonna play with today. When a child becomes an adult, the more challenges and tests and problems life throw its way, the less it stop playing. Because the child now got the problem solved. I ain't got time to play. I'm too busy strategizing. That's what separates children from adults. Children ain't got problems. They got toys that they trying to figure out. But eventually they elevate from toys to problems that they tinker with and try to figure out. So the original toy was a problem. It was a game or a puzzle, something to get the child a problem solved to prepare them for adulthood. But now they giving them a bunch of toys that just dumbing them down. I hope y'all taking notes, parents, because you can decide what the best toys for your children versus Roblox and all that other shit, you know. Let's do some more symbolism, sacred geometry real quick.
That's right!
So this image of Jesus at the Vatican coming up out, busting up out the tree of life, is the same right here. This God that's coming up out the simulation, that's Anu, which is Noah. And another form of it right here, Jesus, coming up out the flood, the waters. All right? Let's like and share the video. I'm gonna read all of the donations. Like I said, earth is hell, and your aura around your body is the fire. You're literally burning alive right now. You're a dead man walking. You never been born before. They lied to you. They said we live, then we die. But the Gnostics taught we experience death first and life last. So what we've been calling life is really the death of our soul, and the body is the mummy, because energy can't stop moving, it can't cease to exist, and it gotta stay in motion. The death of God became the walking body. So a lot of people say when you die, you become a spirit in this little underworld. But the problem is you already died when you fell from heaven, and you are in the underworld as a dead spirit, an avatar, a dead zombified version of the self. And that is represented in every soul down here has fire coming from its body, because that fire represent your underwater splash. Now, what is this right here? When you fell into this reality, you never got to see it for what it was, like Neo in the Matrix. See, you feel me? Now think about what I'm telling you. Neo in the Matrix never saw the world outside for what it is. There was a veil in front of it. That's why I keep telling y'all, you are a baby God. Why are you a baby God? Baby gods ain't saw the real world yet, like Neo before he woke up. The world around you is the fake world, which is the world we create when we first come here, and we still in the birth process. In other words, you were a sperm that went into your mama's egg. But when you went into your mama's egg and turned into a human being walking around, that is still part of your birth process. In other words, we're still in the process of being born. We were never fully born. They lied to y'all in science. Death is the final part of our birthing process in this realm. So you're still in the process of being born. Just because your body was pushed out of your mama don't mean it's done. Now your soul got to be pushed out of your body. This birth process wasn't never done after your life started. It's just one. It's like a caterpillar. Okay, the caterpillar was born out of its mama, but now it got to be born out of itself. It got to transform out of its own cocoon into a butterfly. So it ain't just one step process. This is the other step of our birthing process, which is why Christ said, be born again. Now, let me show you something. The world around you, listen to what I'm telling you. Let me move the screen a minute. Listen to this. When you was a sperm cell inside the egg, you thought that everything you saw in that egg was the real world. Then one day, I meant to say when you was a baby in your mama belly. When you was a baby in your mama belly was your first firmament dome. It was your first firmament. It was the dome, the arch that you lived under, like the God's shoe, your mama pregnant belly. Then when you left your mama dome, now you got to be born out of the great mama, which is the earth, the goddess Nut, the macro mother. This birthing process is mirrored throughout all of these layers. Nothing happened once in duality. So the first birth isn't a first birth. It is the first step up the highway to heaven. And when you get to heaven, that's when you literally come out of the womb of your mother. And they brief you and let you know you never been born. You've been in an embryonic stage of transformation as a soul. And the soul got 7 stages of embryonic transformation. When it passed the 7th stage, it's a God. So basically, what I wanted to tell you about the world around you being a simulation, a distorted world, is not really a representative of what the real world is. It's because the real world is being hidden by the release of your own energy of you interacting with these waters below. Our birth process is so long that it's gonna take that energy a minute to dissipate. Check this collage out. Look at the diver on the right. He just entered the earth realm, which is he entered the underworld, he entered the water. But he cannot see reality for what it is yet until the what's called the underwater splash dissipates. The world around you is a distortion of the real world based upon you being a diver that dove into this world, but you're such a baby, meaning, think about this, right? Look at the image on the right. If you got 10 divers, the baby divers are gonna be noticeable because they're gonna have this white robe on, and that's what the sperm cell is, with the white on. It's a baby. It just got here. And when the sperm cell gets under the water and turn into a human, it still can't see the world for what it is, because it gotta wait for its own underwater splash pattern to dissipate. That's called an underwater splash. When you landed inside of this realm, you don't just get into this earth realm saying the truth. The truth is a process of energy dissipation and energy release. And the release of this energy is basically you releasing your indoctrination, you releasing your ignorance, stripping yourself of the lies, and what's gonna be left behind that is the real you, and the real you will be able to see the real world just like this underwater diver, just like this diver. See, if someone looking at this diver they can't see the real diver. They see a distortion. And that's how we look. That's what your aura field is. It's the distortion that's coming from the release of your energy, of you interacting with this place. So this is what they call in the aura. The aura that's around your body is your splash pattern. One day that aura is gonna dissipate and release you from the simulation. The simulation is the fake world that's keeping you from seeing the real world, and that's the veil over your eyes, but you put it there. You put it there. It's inevitable. The moment you come into, it's like, okay, put it this way. Your rocket just landed, but your rocket kicked up so much goddamn dust around the rocket that you can't even see the planet that you landed on yet till your dust dissipate after your landing. So death is the dissipation of the energy that we release from birth. It's a continuum. Tell me that ain't deep, y'all. That's some deep stuff right there. And that's Gnosticism for your ass.
Sánchez cocinado.
Look at here. They call it Evil Knievel. He wrap himself in a white suit and he go up under the water and he try to untangle himself out the suit. But Evil Knievel is teaching y'all some Masonic truth about the veil through magic. Everybody talking to you in code, but you ain't listening. So look, if you look at this diver, all of the waves, see what's gonna happen is just like the brother on the left right here, all of the magnetic ley lines point back to the diver. And that's what the North Pole is. It's a bunch of magnetic ley lines, and all of these lines point back to you. See, here go you, you're a diver. And when you enter this world, you go all the way down to the ocean floor, but you still got the silver line tethering cord connecting you to the heavens. So you got this trail. You see what this sister got when they show y'all Buddha inside of the tree? That's what I'm trying to show you right now. Buddha in the tree. That's the diver in its underwater splash pattern. The crown chakra is your gateway that you made when you broke the water. Look above your head. That's a crown chakra. The crown chakra above your head. And let me show you what the crown chakra is. The crown chakra shaped like a UFO ship. It's a big ball of white light above your head, but that is a break in the waters above. That's how you entered here when you was a fallen angel. When you die, guess what's gonna happen? You're gonna look up and see a bright white light. And guess what that white light is? That is the splash pattern that you made when you first came to the earth. You gotta trace that back to get out of here. And when you trace it back, your life gonna rewind before your eyes, and you gonna shrink back to a baby again, and the baby gonna go through this splash, and that's how the sperm got in the egg in the higher plane. The soul is watching this movie, but when it leave, it's gonna be kind and please rewind. It's gonna rewind it from the moment of death back to a baby. But that baby is going to have all of the knowledge of the lifetime. Just like when you watch a movie, when you rewind a movie back when you done, that don't mean the knowledge of you watching a movie ain't still in you. The soul going to rewind this thing back on the way out. It's going to watch it in forward and reverse. And it's going to take that knowledge as a baby again to enter a higher realm, and it's going to be born again in another realm now with that new knowledge in it. And it's going to keep taking that knowledge and passing the baton. But the UFO ship that's beaming you up, that is the underwater splash pattern with the diver trail behind it. All right, here it is right here. They turned it into this. This is pseudoscience. What I'm giving you is the real spiritual science of resurrection and ascension based upon a real Gnostic. I'm not a fake Gnostic. I'm teaching you if you was talking to an ancient Gnostic, they'll be teaching you what I'm teaching you. But here go the kicker, right? And they told me I can do this. I'm teaching this thing better than what the ancient Gnostics would have taught, because I gotta be better than them, because the liars have gotten better with the lie. So they sent me to be a sort of mutated form of the old Gnostics. You're gonna need some. You see how I'm breaking this shit down? This the new Gnostics. Every child that's born is getting smarter and better, man. And you better, let me tell y'all something. If you think I'm good at exposing the truth, wait till the children behind me. They gonna start off 10, 11 decoding shit. Pastor Pochop ain't gonna stand a chance as we go deeper into this Aquarius age. And I'm telling you that now. You think I'm deep? It's some kids out there watching me since they was 10. They've been watching this. Imagine what they gonna be. The liars got to step their game up, and you see that's what they doing. I'm getting this download, man, spewing this stuff out like an ancient. And it's to the point now where an ancient couldn't even show up and do it like this. So the ancients had to come through me. They had to recreate themselves just like the beasts, and AI modify and get upgrades and enhancements and download from their entity. The ancestor reform and transform themselves to a better version too, and live through the future generations to fight this spiritual war of Armageddon. People don't know what the war looked like. It ain't got nothing to do with no bullets. It's got something to do with information. Aquarius is the information age. It's a battle of knowledge and who's right and wrong, which is why if you start waking up, you're going to become a debater in the theological settings. That's what Neo is. It's the spirit, the breath coming back to kick ass and condemn the devil with truth, verbally, orally, like the orator, like the oracles of old and the prophets of old. It starts with the spoken word. You can't even galvanize a military without that. Just ask the dude with the big old mustache. Let me check my chat room because my dog's going crazy. We need to know if we can be heard. Drop a 1 if y'all can hear me. Drop a 1 if y'all can hear me over the dogs. Drop a 1 if y'all can hear me over the dogs. If we keep the likes up and the donations up and the cash apps and super chats up, I will extend the show for callers Q&A. They turned this right here. They turned this into this. Everybody was teaching about this crown chakra, but they turned it to the UFO ship. See, your ascension is gonna start with your dead body, right? Your light body gonna get up out of your dead body that died, and it's gonna see this bright white light in the sky. See, the thing about it is this, right? Energy can be invisible if it's strong. Put it this way. There are sounds that are so loud that they are inaudible, and sounds that are so low that they are inaudible. So what do we learn by this? I'm gonna show you on the board. This is our universe right here. Watch this. I'm gonna use a red marker. I hate to do that, but I don't got no others. I need to get more markers, huh? I got one here. Show you something about if a sound too loud, we can't hear it. If it's too low, we can't hear it. If something too cold, it'll burn you. If it's too hot, it'll burn you. How come we reach the same spot when we go to either extreme? I'm gonna show you now. This box represents our world, and this box represents every audible sound and every visual, for lack of better words, every visual particle of light that we can see. It represents everything in our 2020 visual spectrum and our, 2020 audible spectrum, because we go from 20 hertz to 20 kHz. So 2020 seeing, 2020 hearing. And what that represents is the limitations of the physical body. This physical body that we're in, it's got its limitations. It's calibrated for a certain pocket of reality. But there is more reality out here. And there is more reality out here. There's some more reality out here. There's some more reality out here. But this body in this world thinks that all of its reality is in here. And what it's calling what's real is what it can see, smell, and touch based upon the limitations of the physical body. Y'all got me sounding like Morpheus right now. But check this out. Real is only what we perceive with our senses through the limitations of the meat package. That's why only 1% of our reality is being studied in physics. But look at all the other reality we ain't exploring. That's called the paranormal or the metaphysical or the unseen or the occult world, right? And that is the world that we experience by closing our body's eyes, closing our body's ears, and opening our spiritual ears, and we can see outside the box. We can go beyond the limitations of the body. This is why meditation was very important to Gnostics. Not prayer, but meditation. People say that they praying to get a message from heaven, but you meditate and you can go to heaven. Heaven is the reality outside of your box. Hell is you being held inside of this box like a genie that never broke out the lamp. You're a genie in a lamp, but that lamp represents your own ignorance based upon you don't want to open your mind. You think you know everything, but you only know what you've been told, and what you've been told has created this box around you. This box was created by physics, your physics programming, your religious programming of physicality, what's real and what ain't. So to understand what I'm showing you here, we can access the other parts of reality outside of our box. That requires opening our minds and understanding that there's more to reality than what we can hear, see, smell, and touch. There are layers of reality that elude what the body is able to perceive. But we're more than our body. We're our souls. So once we start to explore the reality from that perspective, we will see beyond the veil. And that's the beginning of this awakening. We're now start to explore reality from the third eye. Now, what we want to point out real quick is that when I show you this scribble scrabble of you and your little box, but there's so much to see outside of your box, that is the diver in their little splash pattern. But there's so much to see outside of their little splash pattern. See, the baby divers can't see the ocean for what it is. You hear me? If a shark coming at you, you don't see it coming. You're vulnerable like a baby. Just like a baby chicken or a baby any animal, the babies are vulnerable to predators. So we are baby souls that have dived in this underworld, and before our veil can dissipate, they program us to keep the veil up there. To keep the veil. See, what they do, they keep you in fear, they keep you in anger, hating, and what it does, it keeps your frequency chaotic, and a chaotic frequency is like a diver in the water that is moving around like it can't swim. You under the water like, oh, you're panicking. And in your panic, you're making your splash pattern bigger. You're making your splash pattern prolonged. See, when the diver comes in this world and he be still, he know, okay, I'm blindfolded. This ain't the real world. What do? Meditation is to calm your body down and get your spirit activated. You're raising the spirit's vibration, but you're lowering the body's vibration, putting it into a coma-like state and activating another body within you that can see beyond the veil. But the whole thing is this. It ain't that it's another body. It's that when the diver comes down, then this little splash pattern around it will go away. But if the diver acting all crazy and panicking, that energy will turn into a veil around it. So that's why the Bible say, be still, be still. Meditation is stillness, because you can't think clearly when you're panicking and you falling for the propaganda. You can't see beyond the veil. So the concept of being still, to see clearly, to think clearly, to process reality, to see the threat before it make it to you. Because if a shark coming at this person, they vulnerable, they blinded, which is why baby spirits have to be protected. People in ignorance, we have to be, put it this way, right? All of us dove into this ocean, but some of us, we been dove in before other people. And diving into this thing is what they call going deep into the rabbit hole. Now think about this. The people that been here the longest, they got the less splash pattern. They can see the most. You feel me? So those represent the old souls. They've been in this world a long time. They can see what's coming before a baby. You see, like a grandmother. A grandmother would tell that baby, ain't nothing good gonna come out of that. Now the baby can't see that far down the road, but the grandmother can say, intuition, I see what's coming down the road. That's the third eye. The reason that the grandma can see that is because her veil isn't as thick as a baby that just dove into this world. A baby that just dove into this world is so covered in ignorance and immaturity that this white little splash pattern, it gotta die down. That comes with age and maturity. And with that, you can see more in the ocean and make better decisions. But to expedite this process is simply to be still. Because babies come here in chaos, they make so many mistakes and they snowball their mistakes. They go to, putting a bigger veil around themselves that'll take forever to dissipate. One ignorant thing lead to another bigger ignorant thing to another bigger. It can be a bottomless pit to where you looking at someone under this water and they got a splash pattern going out so fucking far that you like, bro, it's gonna take dude forever to dissipate that pattern. He landed so damn hard and chaotic, because that's what diving is all about. It's about being able to penetrate the water without making a big splash pattern. The rules of diving is embedded into our spiritual fall as fallen angels. So if you want to be a professional diver, then the point about diving is being able to dive from very high but make a small splash. And if you think of a soul that's fallen from heaven, that's what the universe telling us. The universe is telling us as fallen angels that jump way up here. You know how they got different heights of diving boards? That's what this tree's showing you. Y'all asses are like me. Y'all jump from the highest goddamn one and was cocky with it. Like, okay, my splash pattern ain't gonna be shit from up this high. You feel me? That's the key of diving. So imagine somebody going up to the top board. They bypass these rows. They go all the way to the top, boom. And they said, from up here, I'm not gonna make no chaos at all when I hit the water. That's what we're trying to do. This the Babel Tower as we descended into these underworlds. So if you just look at diving tournaments, the rules of diving is basically what the universe rules is. You descended from the highest heaven, but the universe don't want you making all that chaos when you interact with the water here. It wants you to be quiet, be strategic, do less to get bigger results. Is what the key to becoming this God is. You got loud people that ain't making no results. You got silent people getting it done. And it's basically efficiency, getting more results from using less. And that's what free energy is about. That's the secrets of the Taurus field. That's when the Bible say, if you put a seed in the ground, you get a whole tree. See, the universe is based upon, if you give me a little, I give you a lot. You give me a seed, I give you a tree. And the whole thing is, you know, you're not putting that much in, but you getting a hell of a lot out. And that is the secrets of diving. I'm not making a big splash pattern. And because of that, I'm winning the gold medal. Because it's about the man that is not doing that much, but getting the most results. That's efficiency. That's when you're getting into free energy and the secrets of the universe. The universe can create like the next million years from one day, basically. The way that the sun and moon work, the way that everything works based on this law of seed becoming tree. A day becomes another 1,000 years. Like, it's so much abundance, it's crazy. Like, everything is multiplying exponentially. But it's only in the underworld that we can't see that, because what we see is a splash pattern around us. We can't see the ocean. We can't see how much life is in that ocean. So that'll be like me and you diving into the ocean, but I'm an old soul. I've been in this world a long time. So I'm living in the same ocean with you, but you don't see what I see. That's what separates us from dead people. You feel me? Like, let's think of your dead grandmother. Think of someone, one of your ancestors that died. They're still here in this ocean with you, but the reason y'all can't see each other is because some divers have been in this ocean so long, they splash pattern have dissipated. So they don't have a veil around them like the babies. The babies are the humans that's walking around this earth. You still a baby God. You don't start becoming an adult God till you get beyond the veil. And that would be like all of the divers that can see the whole ocean. They don't have a splash pattern no more. You know how those baby birds, they be real pretty and cute with their little cotton suit. They got the fluffy feathers. That's what we look like to the gods in the ocean. I don't know if y'all know what I'm talking about, but if you ever look at these baby birds, like when I go to the beach and shit, they don't look like the adult birds. They be real fat, pudgy, and cute. And they can't fly, but they be like a cotton ball. They feathers ain't really got mature yet, so they feathers is fluffy as hell, you know, and they can't really see, their eyes ain't fully open, and they just in chaos, you know, getting into trouble. And these are like us as human beings, man. The reason we are making mistakes is because we can't see. It's like this, right? Would you get mad at a puppy that's making mistakes, but its eyes ain't fully open yet? All of these baby animals, they don't come here with their eyes fully open yet. But see, they lied to you, man. When you came out of your mama with your eyes open and stuff, and you can see the world, they told you what you seeing is the world outside, but they lying, bro. What you seeing is darkness. It's the matrix. You are still a baby in the process of being born. You so young, your real eyes ain't even fully open yet, like a baby chick. When your real eyes open, now you're an adult. But see, you giving yourself an age based upon how old your body is. It's like a damn caterpillar saying, my cocoon 40 years old. Your body is your soul's cocoon. No one cares how old your cocoon is. They just care when your butterfly is released from it. So from the other side, age don't matter, because some caterpillars transform quicker than others, and they may die younger, which is why we say the good die younger, because they don't make a big impact. They don't disturb the waters as much as us ignorant people. It take us a lot of mistakes. So the Christians came and started saying that you born into sin and that humans are gonna be wicked and do wrong. It's in their nature to be evil. But the truth is, the ancestors taught about it different. They was saying you like a baby for real, and your eyes ain't even fully open, so you gonna make mistakes, and it's part of your transformation. You see the difference? The church used our mistakes against us, but ain't nobody good at nothing for the first time. And the ancestors said, this is your first lifetime. Ain't no way you gonna be good at it. You gonna do some evil shit. You gonna hurt some people. That's why you get 7 lives. See, the Gnostics had a different way of looking at good and bad, shortcomings in life. They didn't beat themselves up and go confess to the Father and, oh, Jesus, I sinned. They studied their mistakes and learned from them and said, how can I better myself? Because I got a problem. I got a sexual problem. I have a lying problem. The Gnostic knew that truth would set them free. Truth is knowledge. So part of healing yourself was being true to yourself, and confession wasn't you confessing to some rabbi. It was you looking in the mirror saying, look, I have a drinking addiction. I need to do something about it, because if you lie to yourself, you will never shake it. And it ain't about you confessing to the rabbi, because if you telling yourself, man, my addiction ain't that bad, me cheating on my wife ain't that bad, you gonna do it again, whether you confess to him or not. You gotta look in the mirror and tell yourself, yeah, I'm fucking up, this is wrong. And the conviction will hit harder. The church changed. The confession was never you confessing to some outside of yourself. It was about self-accountability. You gotta own it in order for you to do something about it, man.
Sánchez cocinando.
Now, the people that have self-accountability and confess it within their self, right? They are more likely to transform and shake that thing versus a person begging for forgiveness from God. God, please forgive me for cheating on my wife, or going to the rabbi to confess it. The rabbi saying, oh, that nigga will be back next week. And it'll be the same damn confession. Because we confessing to the wrong person. Them people don't really believe they wrong for that. The guilt hadn't hit them yet. Because the church changed the way we master ourselves with this new religious system. It's so detrimental, we don't master ourselves now. We just believe fairy tales. All of this Gnostic knowledge of how to master the self is gone. And people don't support it like they support the lie. You know, I've been in churches, I've seen pastors clear thousands of dollars in a 2-3 hour sermon. I'm gonna be live, getting horse going, and I make collages. I go deep 4-5 hours. I'd be good if I make $100. But see, you gotta understand, the pastor fueled by money. I'm fueled by the fact that once you know Gnosis, it's a gift and a curse because you can't keep it to yourself. That's one of the things about becoming a Gnostic. Once you know these secrets, you can't sleep at night without telling nobody. So if I wouldn't have made nothing today, I still would have had to come give this, because it's like knowing about a dead body in the alley, but you didn't tell nobody. It'll hunt you. We gotta communicate that with someone else. Otherwise, it'll become toxic in you. You know. So every other person you able to share it with is a release point. It's a calming mechanism. And it's letting you know you ain't tripping, you ain't going crazy. But the dude on the right inside of that splash pattern, that became a UFO ship beaming a person up. They took the knowledge and gave it a different symbolism today. But the light that people see when they die is their own splash pattern in the upper ether on the surface of the waters above, letting them know how to get back to their true home. We never lost our way. We got a line, a silver lining that connects us back to our portal that allowed us to enter this place. Every soul got this, just like every diver got one that they make in the water. And when you die, you basically gonna trace this pattern back up and out of here, out of this, and you'll leave out of your own splash pattern that you entered in. And it'll look like a UFO ship beaming you up. So the aura around the body is the veil or the splash pattern. And it is basically you instilled in a fetal bag waiting to be born into the real world, which is you being able to see the ocean around you. The real world is all around you right now. You just can't see it because of this splash pattern. Your own energy gotta dissipate. And the release of and the dissipation of your own energy is what we call death. That's when they put you in the casket and your body decomposes and you open up your eyes for the first time in this ocean and say, damn, this world is bigger than I thought, like this underwater diver. Your body is simply a container for your soul, and this container have to be removed for your soul to see the real world. Your body can be represented by the splash pattern that's around the diver. If the diver is your soul, then the bubbles, the little white pattern around him, that's your body. Now, when your body die or fade away or decompose, then you will see the truth and what this world really look like. But the decomposition of your body, the fading away of your body, is literally the dissipation of an underwater splash. And what's gonna be revealed is the real you, which is the soul, once the body fades away and decomposes. And the body, again, is the underwater veil, the splash pattern. The body ain't real. It's a form of energy that only came into existence when the soul entered this realm. So the decomposition of the body is the actual real true birth of the soul. You were never born yet, okay? What happened was the sperm hit the egg and it made a splash pattern called the body. But that ain't really birth yet. Your real birth is when the splash pattern dissipate. Okay? You were never born. When the sperm hit the egg, that's like the diver hitting the water. What was created was the body, which is the splash pattern, the veil. You're still waiting to be born. Or like this diver waiting for the splash pattern to dissipate. Or the soul waiting for the body to decompose so it can release it. Because the soul can't see the real world until the body is decomposed. And no one can see the real you until the body is decomposed. So just like there are divers under this water that's looking at this person and they can't see the real person, there are ancestral spirits on the other side. They don't see the real you. What they see is this. Your aura is, they see you immersed in your own aura. Like, just say you die right now. When you look at your family members and everyone else, when you get on the other side, you ain't gonna see them for how you see them here. See, everybody in this world, they are inside of their own splash pattern, and they're in the matrix dreaming into a dream world from inside this veil, like a simulation. So when someone's splash pattern dissipate, they leave the matrix and they disappear from the simulation world, but they now appear in the real world, which is the ocean with all the other souls that don't have a splash pattern, and creatures and fishes or whatever. All of that stuff is around us right now. We just don't see it because this splash pattern. So when somebody die and their body fade away, they're fading out of this world and into the bigger real world, which is like this diver. All of the baby divers, none of them see the real ocean. They see this white veil in front of them. And that veil is the simulation. That's the fake world that all of us in this world, we're like babies that just dove in the water. And when we dive in the water, what we see inside of this little white cloud is the simulation. So the diver in this cloud, it came to look at as God in the clouds, you know, Yahweh in the heavens. I'll show it to you now. It ain't that God is in the clouds. Well, it is, you know, the clouds are the heavens. It ain't that we talking about the clouds in the actual sky, right? Cloud space like memory. So the cloud is the underwater splash pattern. Like God in the clouds is like the diver in the splash pattern. So God won't be revealed until this brain dissipates. See, you see God, that's El and the Elohim on the left. But that's no different than Jesus and his disciples or Krishna and his avatars. All of these gods are accompanied by a communion or a gathering or a Christ mass because that's their avatars. All right, that's their avatar. That's why the Lord is a host. But if you put a G in front of the word host, what do you get? Ghost. Yep. You dead. You ain't living yet. That's why Jesus had to give up the ghost. The Gnostics taught that your body is an avatar of your soul. In other words, they looked at the body like a zombie, the walking dead, or a ghost. That is the energy. That is the wake energy of the soul that entered the realm. What do you mean, Sanchez? Let's keep going back here. Your body was formed when your soul made contact with the waters, man. Just like this splash pattern was formed the moment the diver hit the water. The body ain't the real you. It's a splash pattern that's hiding the real you. And this world around you ain't the real world. It's the real you seeing a splash pattern around you. You're looking out from this point at a bunch of chaos that's trying to settle around you. And the moment you start to die, all of this chaos will settle. Everything will make sense. No matter how violent it was, it'll be like this diver. Just say the moment he hit the water, he forget that he was a diver. He got amnesia. But the moment the veil clear, he say, oh yeah, I wanted to go into the ocean. He hit the water and he was like, where the hell is the ocean? All I see is white light. I see a fake world. I wanted to go to the ocean. But when he got into the ocean, he also fell into his own chaos, his own splash pattern. And the church told him that was the real world, Neo. But this ain't the real world. It's a chaotic fake simulation that have to dissipate. What we call in death is us transmuting this place. And it's inevitable, just like this underwater splash pattern. You want to talk about what the Gnostics taught about the spirit, the spiral? Look at the shape of this splash pattern. And now let's go even deeper and let's talk about why the spirit is a spiral and why Jack climbing the beanstalk and the snakes and all that going up the tree. See, check it out. This is a water vortex. If you look at it as a spiral, this is what the third eye is, y'all. It's like the eye of a hurricane. It's made when the six meet the nine, 6 and 9. So when you see, like, let's go back to my collage. You see the two serpents? That's the 6 and the 9. That energy is going to create a vortex, and that vortex is what's allowing the sky to stay open for you. In other words, when we left heaven, they kept the gates open for us, y'all. Look at that now. Listen what I'm telling you. When you left heaven, they kept the gates open for you because they know the prodigal son gonna return. They know that all God's gonna eventually make it out. Every star in the sky is the gateway out of here for a soul. And you made it. It's yours. Every star in the sky is the crown chakra of your underwater splash pattern leading you out. It'll be like a bunch of divers on the ocean floor looking up at the splash patterns from far away. And those things will be glimmering and, you know, it'll look like stars twinkling the far away you get from it. But if you look at this thing, all of the magnetic ley lines lead to the North Pole. Just look at a AE map, a North Pole AE map. You will see all of these magnetic ley lines lead to a pole, and at the top of that pole is Polaris. And this is based upon your underwater splash pattern. It ain't no random shape. This shape, the sacred geometry of the earth, come from you creating this earth. The earth was created when you splashed in the water. The earth around you is a simulation and a bubble or a veil that you made as a diver the moment you impacted with these waters. You created the earth around you, which is this white cloud, a simulation that you dreaming in, or this auric field. But the thing about it is, if you look at this splash pattern, all of the doggone lines can be traced back to this little pole. You see how the crown chakra got all of them magnetic ley lines? Why are they magnetic? Because a torus field contracts and expands. What happens when a diver dives in the water? The water contracts and expands. The water, because it's fluidity, when you jump in a pool, it's like breathing. So the breath of your body is literally the contraction and expansion of the ether influencing your underwater splash pattern, which is what? Your body. So that splash pattern will behave like the water, which is contracting and expanding. Why is it doing that? Because you dove in it. The moment you dove in the water, you formed your body was formed, which is this splash pattern, and you started inhaling and exhaling, which is following the water. Everything makes sense. So when you done inhaling and exhaling, it'll be because this splash pattern has settled, and that'll be when you die. We gotta quit looking at death like something bad. Every diver that dive in this water know that eventually the underwater splash pattern got to dissipate, and that the chaos they made when they broke the water got to settle. And that's when you stop inhaling and exhaling. Because the very act of you inhaling and exhaling is you mimicking what the water is doing as it influences your splash pattern, which is what? Your body. The diver is the soul. It's inside of the body, which is the splash pattern, but the splash pattern gonna do what the water doing, which is why the body inhale and exhales. And when the body is done inhaling and exhaling, that's when you will see the real world, because you will be out the body. It'll be death. Why? Because the body is this underwater splash pattern. It can't hold its form forever. It gotta dissipate and cease to exist. And the moment the body does that, the inhaling and exhaling will stop, because that's the contraction and expansion of the release of your energy the moment you dove in. Now, I don't know how much simpler I can put this Gnosticism, this resurrection thing. But that's how I'm breaking it down for you for today. That's part one. I'm tired. Rewind this, take the jewels out of it. I got to get out of here because we still got to let the call-ins go. So I got to read the donations, do the call-ins, and we got to save the rest of this for another time. But I do want to make sure, though, while I do this, that I don't miss nothing, because sometimes, oh yeah, the spirit and the spiral. So they said Jesus gave up the spirit, the Holy Spirit, right? The word spirit has the word spiral related to it, because the spirit is a spiral. It is a vortex of energy that's made out of the dual halves of the self, raising their frequency. See what I'm saying? This fight between the left brain and right brain is gonna culminate with an explosion, just like all wars. And again, the angel and the devil ain't gonna kill one or the other. They gonna merge together. But that's the 6 and the 9 coming together to blow you the hell up out of here with the law of polarity. It's like a damn chemical reaction that the soul is doing, but it ain't nothing chemical about it. You know, but the crazy thing about it, chemical reactions in the physical plane are modeled off of this law of the spiritual plane, that opposites will give you this result, just like a tornado. So the very act of you leaving here like Jesus or ascending is a polarity law. That's why I keep telling you that the devil was never the god of evil. The devil was the god of duality. It talked about how the split was created. Christ and the devil are one and the same. The serpent shall be lifted up. That is the Kundalini rising. The diver that dove in the ocean must rise back to the top. But the only reason that the diver is staying in the ocean, because it can't find its way to the top, because it's blinded by its own release of energy. Very simple stuff. You didn't do nothing wrong. You can't blame a person for making mistakes if they can't see. All of us were born into ignorance. You're supposed to make mistakes. So there was no concept of being punished for sins in early Gnosticism. It was from learning from your mistakes so that you can master yourself. And it was said that you're gonna make mistakes. It's like a baby bird or like a baby elephant that was just born and it stumbled. Oh, I'm gonna punish you because you failed. No, you're a baby. You learning. So this world is trying to punish babies with the church coming with this wrathful God that's punishing you for being bad, but that ain't never what we taught in the ancient world. What we taught was you ain't gonna be punished for making a mistake. You're gonna be punished for not learning from it. Peace and much love, y'all. That's the end of that. That's the end of that one. But for a bonus, like I said, we are gonna open up the call lines, one caller at a time, not a panel. But before we do that, we want to give a shout out. Let's put hearts on all of these super chats. I wasn't even looking at the chat room. I'm coming with the in my zone. So let's heart all those up and read them. So shout out to Dolph Obama, Nicholas Nasi. Welcome to Illuminated Initiate. Shout out to Senana. Grass is greener on the other side. It is a Senana. Appreciate the love. Shout out to D. Allen Warren. Said, bro, you cooking. Thank you, man. Thank you. Shout out to Leonard Robinson. Salutes Bro Sanchez into the chat. Shout out to Constellation Pegasus. Are you an ex-Christian? It takes research skills to know these things. Are you familiar with Bart Ehrman? I'm not familiar with Bart Ehrman, but I am a ex-Christian. What led me out of the church was the spirit of inquisition. Was that what they call a Kundalini awakening? That awakening is followed by a Kundalini rising. See what happens when we go to sleep, we wake up before we get out the bed. So what we're experiencing right now is being woke, but we ain't out the bed. But everyone that die don't wake up and get out the bed. They dream on. Some of us, you know, we literally leave this particular plane of existence and go to a higher one. But yeah, my research is all me from the ground up. I was passionate. I mean, I'm talking about from scratch, man. From the ground up, making collages, figuring it all out with etymology, all that, or for over a decade to get to where I'm at now. So imagine someone being in college for 10 years for like medical or law. They gonna be good, really good at it. So you gotta look at me like that, like I've been studying syncretism, cosmology, etymology, the Bible, Gnosticism. Like I've been down this hole that I'm in now for over 10 years. That's how I'm able to do what I'm doing now. It ain't overnight. But shout out to you. And what made me do that is because I was scared to die. I was born in a Bible Belt, and damn near not a day go by that I didn't think about hell. I really had a big imagination. The older I got, the more I just told myself, like, hell, like I start to question the Bible, and I came across literature that just opened me up, man. And I'm not going to be long-winded about it, but basically, my fear of death is what made me want to learn the truth about everything. So here I am now, and knowledge is comforting. Takes away a lot of those. People feel what they don't understand. That's true. So gaining an understanding, a Gnostic from a Gnostic perspective, you can't rule me through fear, right? But let me give a shout out to you once again. You sent two of them in. Said, according to Judaism, there is no devil. The Satan exists, but no devil. The devil came from Babylonian captivity, brought back from exile. So what you really need to say is, there is no God over evil. The one that they're calling the devil is the God over duality. What we call in good and evil should really be called singular consciousness and plural consciousness, or El and Elohim, Vishnu and avatars, Jesus and disciples. consciousness, and then the multiple forms of consciousness that exist as bodies in a parallel reality. There is a devil. The word devil means the veil. So there is a veil or darkness, but it wasn't personified as a monster representing evil saying, ha 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 ha, right? It was a being that was a teacher of wisdom, the serpent that taught wisdom in the duat, which later became the demiurge. Whenever you hear someone talking about Sophia, the demiurge, all of these mythological characters as real literal figures, they working with the papacy. There are an agent, and they got the machine behind them, pushing them to popularity to keep the masses blind. Yes, I'm taking shots at somebody, and this is subliminal. For sure, because they took shots at me and called my name and ain't apologized yet. But we ain't tripping. Shout out to my brother Awakening Minds as well. Classic stream fam, you going in. We appreciate your time and this knowledge applied to make wisdom, wise dome. Ahead, truth, respect my brother, just ether. Shout out to that brother. Shout out to Joshua Tellington once again, man. Appreciate you so much. Loving the late night deep dive. Oh, let me show y'all something I forgot about. Remember this? This is the God body with all of the avatars attached to it. It's you as the tree of life. Remember Buddha in the tree? Buddha in the tree is the God body immersed in its own energy frequency bands. That's the splash pattern that's putting a veil over you. This is what the Roman church called it, the man of sin, which became Jesus the Christ, because the Christ represent the Christ. This is the man of sin. Look at him. This became the Star of David. But if you look at this, and you look at this, it's the same. You and your Pokemon ball. Right here, the genie in the lamp. The dude you see in the middle is the God body waiting to come out, like we see here in Gnosticism. Resurrection from the when they show you the Pokemon coming out the Pokemon ball, here it is right here in the Gnostic world. Resurrection. Here it is with Enoch, which is Gnostic. You see that the Gnostic, this person got a spiky hat on their head. It ain't the sun, it's the pineal gland. They turned this to the Statue of Liberty. The reason that the Statue of Liberty is emerging from the water and it's blue is because it represents your avatar, like Krishna. See, Christianity was highly influenced by Hinduism. They won't tell you about the Hindu roots of Christianity. But remember that Krishna wear a spiky crown before Christ show up. Krishna was already here with the big spiky crown on, and Krishna was blue. Krishna is doing what? Coming up out the water. Look at Krishna coming up out the water. Look at the Statue of Liberty coming up out the water, painted blue, spiky hat on, just like Enoch, Statue of Liberty. Liberty is liberation, talking about the liberation of the soul out of the simulation. You got a lot of guys talking about Sophia and the demiurge, but they're clowns. They're characters. They're not, they make Gnostics look bad. Right? You gotta know the real from the fake in these times, because it's gonna get harder and harder. It's gonna get harder and harder. So I'm gonna finish reading the support. So right here we see just what the Gnostics was teaching. The liberation of the soul from the underworld. You see? That's a soul rising up out the Death Star. That's a soul rising up out the Death Star. Okay? Here it is here. Our world is a Death Star. It is a star for dead babies to rise up so they can activate their light and rise up out the waters like the Statue of Liberty. These waters of baptism will cleanse you and you'll rise up a new person, a refined version of the self, just like the prophets of old. So this is why they removed the Nag Hammadi and the Book of Enoch. I've given you enough today to stop here. So let's go ahead and drop the call-in link and continue reading the donations. So come on up if anyone got questions or smoke or whatever. We dedicate a couple of time here for callers. Shout out to Justin B. Stop lying, Satan, is what Justin B says, right? And then we have Marlon Wells, which says, shout out to my brother Marlon Wells, man. Flat motherfucking power. So the sky is not a limit, but instead an invitation. Power to the people. Ooh, whoa. Yo, we got to come on with the Hebrews for that one. Come on. Come on now. That's hey, bro. I like that, Marlon. I don't know where that one come from, but bro, I like that. One more time. The sky is not a limit, but instead it's an invite. It's an invitation. Shout out to Jack Elinsky. Let me read this last donation and we're going to go to our first caller, Jack Elinsky. I can tell by his facial expression, this finna be a freaking awesome call. Let me give a shout out to Lord OC. He said, thank you so much, bro. Your wisdom is life-changing. I experienced astral travel, falling asleep to your vid about breaking out the top of the head. Peace, God. Peace to you too, man. Let me go to my first caller. Thank you so much for the donations, everybody. Glad I was able to inspire y'all. Let's go to Jack Elinsky. I'm excited for this call.
What up, man? You totally reminded me of pregnancies. What do they do when they have babies? Ultrasound. They have ultrasound frequencies. Think about that.
Come on.
Think about that.
Oh man.
Yeah. That's how
Amazing.
they visually interpret what the baby's doing inside is through sound. Sound is sonoluminescence.
Come on, man.
Dude, this is Hammer Facts. Hammer's Facts, dude. What's up, bro?
I remember you Hammer's Facts. Did I rent you up, bro? Yeah. I did rent you up.
I am so honored. I'm honored, dude.
Oh yeah, man.
That's why I'm here.
Oh yeah, man. I appreciate you. You already know, like energy, feel energy. We already know.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Bro, I've been in the chat all night. I've been listening to you all night. You're the man, dude. You're the man.
Hey man, but listen.
Seriously. You're the man.
And I appreciate that, and I'm humble, and I've learned to be humble, right? And to allow the community to speak like this, like a lot of content creators robbing themselves, because I've learned so much from my subscribers. It's been a process together.
Because you teach us and we teach you, bro. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
I'm gonna go off cam because I'm a fire up, but I'm listening. I'm here. No, I'm here. Man.
Oh, bro, you're the best, man. I found you when you did the eclipse. That's when I found you. When you did the eclipse in April, 2024. So I've been with you for over a year, and you're the man, bro.
You know what?
You totally cook it. You cook. You're amazing.
You know, and I want to say this because Jack, you put this on my heart to say. It's just the perfect timing with the energy. And let me give a shout out to Barney Gumble. Barney said I may be broke. Hey, but thank you, man, for the 10 though, Barney. Thank you, and
shout out to
Leonard.
Awakening Mind. He is the fucking man too.
Come on, man.
He is the man.
Awakening is like. Let me tell you, if I had to pick somebody to go into a room and I had to double team with this Gnosticism, this syncretism, and all that, I would definitely. He's my first go to. He know it.
Yeah, man.
I learned so
Yeah,
much
that's
from
facts, man.
Awakening
I
Minds.
love you so much. I had
Man,
to
I
change my
love
name,
y'all
but I
so
came
much
back
too,
for
bro.
you.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's real love over here. You know what? Because
100%.
it's a love based upon people enlightening each other, man.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying?
I'm a
I
white
can't
guy.
explain it. Yeah.
You're black, and it's not color, man. It's humans. It's humanity. It's everything.
Christ consciousness
Yes.
coming back.
Yes. There is no Christ. There's only us.
That's it,
What you said
man.
about pregnancy
You know?
too?
Yo, yeah,
Word
hey,
'em up.
Jack, hit the
Word 'em
spiel again about the pregnancy, the ultrasound joint, Wisdom said.
Dude, that's the first thing you reminded me of when I was watching. I was like, wow. Oh, and why do they call it ultrasound? Why is it ultra?
And then they tell you the waters break, right?
Tell me.
Because we break the waters as divers.
Yeah. Dude, so when we dive in, that's the Big Bang. That's the everything. That's the splash is everything. Yeah.
Yo, peace, Sanchez. Yo,
Word 'em up.
that picture
Hey.
you had with the boat and the waves.
Yeah.
Can you pull it back up? Because I want you to see it.
Please.
I know
I
you've
got
seen
you.
it.
And big shout out to my brother Wisdom Thought as well, and to Matthew Lee and Jedi. Y'all know I always say we ain't gonna do an open panel, but it be all of like my disciples and shit. It be my fucking round table.
We are
It be,
disciples. Bro, you are teaching us all, and that's why I love you, man. I love you.
Man, when I
yeah,
say you
bro.
cook,
Forever.
you cooked on this one,
Yeah,
bro. This
the
is
cooker.
life changing wisdom.
Hey, bro, and you know what's crazy, man? Me
that?
getting to where I'm at now is me being able to allow myself to be corrected by you guys at times and different stuff like that. Like a lot of
but
content.
You never corrected.
Well,
But you never corrected, man.
right? It's like you're
That's
showing
why
me
you debate,
deeper
yeah.
synchronicities, so to speak. Because who was teaching me about dude's been coming to me on the sonoluminescence tip.
Yes.
It took me a minute, but when I get there, I'm gonna get there. See, the thing with me, if it take me a minute to get there, when I do get there, I'm gonna fucking have so much connections. I'm thorough, you know.
Dude, it's fire beneath water. All right. Think of that. It's fire. It's a star in water. All right.
Right.
Think about that. Think about that.
And I thought
On the
about it.
real.
Watch this, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull up the shit. Shout out to my nigga Key Norfolk. Y'all already know the
Key
One
Norfolk,
Nation.
What's up, bro?
Put some respect on my nigga name.
Yeah. Key Norfolk.
What's up with it?
They are. Hey, see, y'all don't know how important Key is behind the scenes, man. He be arranging a lot of good collabs, interviews, and just stuff for the show that's just different than just our normal thing. So appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I'm in
For
here
sure.
forever, dude.
Yo,
Salute. Hey man, you been going in tonight, man. When you went in with the splash pattern, shit, and energy being like a vibration, then just floating in that water, the energy like sitting inside this sack, like just like it's kind of drowning, like but swimming too at the same time. That shit fire as hell, bro. For real, I had to come give you props on
And you
that.
can't see when you're underwater. You can't really see. Think about that too.
You know what's crazy about? I'm glad you came on and went back into sonoluminescence because the deep shit about that, right? The brightest star in the sky is in the middle of the atmosphere in the dome. It's called Polaris, right? Now look, the sky is a bunch of pressurized gas that get more and more intense with the pressure the closer you get to Polaris. And if you think about this star in a jar, it's the same thing to where inside of here is a bunch of pressure.
Same thing.
And the pressure gets more intense as you get to that star in the middle. If you follow that pressure back to where it's getting tighter and tighter and more intense, it'll lead you to the star. And that's crazy because the pressure is a culmination of the star, and the star is releasing the pressure. So what this means is that all of that pressure coming from the outside of the glass, right? It's like our atmosphere, to where the lightest gases are on the outside of the gas, and it just picture these invisible layers, and the layers, right, of gases get heavier and heavier as they fall inward toward the center until it implodes into a ball of light, like a star imploding. So
inside the dome.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So when you look at the sky, all of the atmosphere is pressurized, and the pressure builds up as we go toward Polaris. So this all is like a star in a jar type dealy. But that's exact facts. And you know, that's exactly how our mind is as well, like a star in a jar.
That's mind blowing.
Yo, this is a plasma ball. Yo, Sanchez, please pull up that picture of the boat with the ripple waves, please. Nah, I just want you to see a little comparison I seen when you pulled it up.
Ripples are vibrations.
And that's why Jesus break the bread, because the boat break the water and half, like it's all the same. Like the Christmas tree with the star at the top, and the boat would be the star at the top, and the Christmas tree would be the wake. But yeah, let me shut up. Yeah, go ahead.
Nah, it was another picture you pulled up. It looked like a man, and then when he was talking, I'm like, yo, that looked like Owan.
You talking about the dude busting up out that ball?
Yeah,
that,
like
that Gnostic.
Yeah, like Owen.
Let me go through these. This
like,
might be.
It was one picture you had. Nah, it was one picture of the boat. I was just saying, like, the way it was looking, it looked like a man. Like, that's the ripple waves. It was one of the pictures you had on the slideshow. I'm just saying that it looked like a many. Man.
But yeah, I'm gonna go. What I'm gonna do?
He's a master.
I'm gonna go through all of these. Oh man, you know what? I was saying so many connections in my head. I said I need to find a way to show people this, how all of this is this. Because if you look up syncretism, it's the amalgamation of one thing about me, I got OCD. And my OCD is, like, for example, I make beats, so I'm gonna collect all the sounds, or I'm gonna try to organize the sounds. Like, I'm like OCD with certain shit. So like syncretism, when I learned I was a syncretist, my OCD kicked in when it came to the amalgamation of different religious cultures and schools of thought. I was said, I'm gonna be so fucking thorough with this if I'm gonna be one. And it ended up to me doing all these different collages, and like my OCD turned out to be a gift after all. Like
100%. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I just want to say, man, one thing I noticed about the splash pattern and like the UFO with the red light. You know what else that kind of look like? Kind of like a shroom, don't it? Like
exactly.
How the look like the little spaceship with the thing going down.
Yeah,
there you go.
Cause I know one thing about the shrooms, man, they really connect you to that other side. It's like walking through a door, like kind of like Papa Leg, but
atomic bombs.
Bro, remember
you
the
know
Smurfs?
that you know that they got these Mesoamerican mushroom figures, and if you read about these things, it'll tell you that these guys represent shamans, and that the shamans were able to see the other side, and that the shaman was basically like a being that can leave the earth. And like, see, before they was talking about rockets, they had real life rocket men, but it wasn't a rocket, it was a mushroom. But it wasn't like you taking no type of herb, even though you can take the herb. I think that the mushroom shaped the way it shaped because everything is a fractal code. Like if you look at a mushroom real quick.
I got something to say about that.
I got it's you. Like I'm a land. I'm about to land right now. Then. I'm about to land right now. Then check this out. Look at the mushroom spores. Right, all of the spores are like magnetic ley lines that go toward Polaris, which is the white hole in the middle. And if you look at the splash pattern at the top, you can see that like mushroom spores. Like this girl is up under a mushroom. You can see the spores of the mushroom
Oh God.
and all that. So look, when you go to these figurines, they was teaching about this knowledge of how the soul. You see what I'm teaching now about the underwater splash pattern? This was the ancient people teaching this same knowledge I just gave y'all with these figurines, but they was teaching this right here.
For sure, for sure.
Bro,
Oh,
even
yeah.
when you just said that, bro, even though you talk about underwater, right? When you talk about the mushroom, the side of the mushroom is kind of like your nose, but like the hairs in your nose, kind of like the spores and shit. That shit deep.
You see, because even if you look at this right here, check it out, right? This is the human energy field. All of your energy, your chakras, right? They all are like balls of light that's at the end of these rays. And then but see, the whole thing about this is just like all of these rays of light, they can trace back to this human right here. All of these mushroom spores can trace back to the stem of the pole of the mushroom. It's like this weird fractal code where once you find the mushroom, you find everything. Once you find what I like about this, and I'm gonna yield the flow. Once you find one syncretism, you found them all. That's how this works.
Yes, sir.
And it's
Hey, is
funny.
that me in this chat? I don't know.
Yeah, we can see your weed, dog, and we can hear you too.
Okay,
Salutes
be
to
quiet,
everybody.
be quiet, be
I'm
quiet,
gonna
be
share the
quiet.
mic with y'all, and I'm gonna fall back too. Y'all go ahead.
No, you
And
good.
when you take the shroom, you tend to see fractals too. You tend to, your mind automatically start to rewire itself and make neural pathways.
Hey, I got something to say real quick. If you don't mind me stepping in.
No, go ahead. We're gonna share with everybody. Matter of fact, you know what? I'm gonna extend the show. We ain't done this in a while. Go ahead.
Am I talking to you right now, bro? Am I live?
Yeah, well, everybody can hear you. Go ahead. Drop
Excellent,
a one if
excellent.
y'all can hear us. Drop a one. Mic check. Go ahead.
I really appreciate what you're doing, bro. You're out there, putting the game out there for everybody. And you guys are like talking about shrooms and getting to these different types of astral projection and these type of scenarios with quantum physics. And I've actually practiced this stuff in depth. And I kind of wanted to put my 2 cents in just for people to listen to what I have to say.
Go ahead. Hell yeah.
So basically, taking these acid and the shrooms and things of this nature, you're still kind of here in the third dimension, seeing things in kind of wavy patterns and stuff. But when you actually start to dive into like the DMT, it's a little bit different. And I can't really recommend or tell your people to go out and smoke DMT, but I do highly recommend it. The key is once you smoke the DMT,
we gotta do a disclaimer, like we just joking, please. Kids dare to
okay,
keep
I'm
kids.
just joking. I'm just.
Oh yeah,
I'm just
say no to drugs. We do humor.
Yes.
Yeah, we're
Entertainment purposes
comedians.
only.
Yeah, this is entertainment.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I am saying, please don't do drugs, people. Please don't do this unless you're the right age and you're focused on what you're doing and you understand what you're doing. Totally.
Excuse me.
But when you go to these other realms after doing these different type of plants that you've extracted these different remedies and potions from, what takes place is once you've gone to the other side and practiced quantum physics, it's much easier to get back there through just meditation and yoga because you've already been there before, so you know how to get there and how to get back.
That's very true. I can't even lie.
So I can't really tell people to go do this, but don't be scared. The first time it was brought to me, I thought the dude was out of his mind. He said, remember we used to do this back in the day, the shrooms, and I was like, yeah. He's like, I got some stuff now that's completely different. You got to try this. It'll put you in this other place. And I was really scared to do it. And the chick that I was with at the time, this little blonde haired chick, she says, come on, let's do it. And I was like, no, I don't feel comfortable like this. And she said, come on, quit being such a pussy. Let's do this shit. And I was like, okay, cool. I said, you do it first and then I'll do it. And so I was kind of pushed into it in a way, but I'm so glad that I did it because now I can get back there again through practicing different type of cymatic and meditation practices through my breathing. And
Yo,
I
can
can
I ask you a
control,
question, bro?
I can
You know
get back
what?
to this place whenever I want.
You know what? Once you get on the other side, you get comfortable in that first layer and that first alternate reality, because I don't get out my body a lot and I don't do it consciously. But when I do be in these other planes, they're all familiar. They're like based in it. Make me think you feel, and it's like I'm a me that knows that it's like my other home. I can't explain it, but
might not. And that's why I only recommend it for kids that are above, for people that are above like 25, because this is some for adults.
But you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy though, Jedi? The kids don't. The kids so connected to the other side, they don't need none of that. No way. That's just us, because that little hole up there, it closes the older we get. It gets soft and shit. So that's why.
I think I think it has to do with a lot of calcified pineal glands. I think some people just might be a little bit more brainwashed and calcified, which is not letting them reach the realms also. But I can't express how important it is to try this, to get there, so you know where the door is to get there again.
Yo, Jedi, I got a question for you, bro.
Yes, sir.
So did you time yourself? Because I watch videos on YouTube about people taking their trips and stuff. Mm-hmm. They say that the even with Mike Tyson when he took the toad, they say the perception of time is different. It's like you was in there for a day, but it was like a 15-minute trip. So how was that?
Well, I've done this hundreds of times, so I've been and I understand the way to extract all these also, but I'm not going to go into depth about that. But
wait, that picture right there, Sanchez. My bad.
You know what's so, and I ain't gonna be long with this one. But the crazy thing, when Jesus said, "I'm the way," Jesus is the personification of this bridge, this cosmic highway, this stairway to the self. Is more like a path blazer, is building a bridge, the pioneers. But Jesus represent,
my God, from the physical body to the spiritual world. You gotta break through the physical.
Right.
Well, okay.
And the whole thing about Jesus breaking the bread, like Ma'at breaking the integers and breaking in between her wings, is like this boat in between these two pillars. Like, hold on real quick, whoever that is trying to get in real quick. It's a little syncretistic connection I want to make, and I swear I won't take nothing but 30 more seconds. You can count them down now, because I want to share the mic with y'all.
Can I speak a little bit more while I have this on the top of my head?
No,
sure.
Let him finish.
Yeah, because I mean, but the thing is this: the Catholic Church is showing us this. When they said Jesus wore a crown of thorns, Jesus represent the fish, which is a eye. We can hear you. Hold on, bro. Hold up. Check it out, right? And I'm about to pass you the mic. But watch this, I'm finna land. This right here, this little pole right here, this represent the thing that separates and create duality, which is Jesus, the serpent, the thing that splits. Like I said, ain't the devil. The devil ain't over evil, it's over duality. It's making the two, it's like the boat. Right, and it's like this boat that's making a wake right here, giving you the two pillars. That's what the Eucharist represent, what I'm showing with the boat. But I'm going to fall back.
But it looked like
3D glasses. 3D glasses.
Let me say something right quick. And the two pillars represents the legs, right, that hold you up, because a pillar is something that hold you up, that hold the building up. The pillars is talking about the physical body, but it's actually talking about the woman that has the porthole, right? The vagina that you are coming out of. You experience this human experience that we haven't, but it's only a dream from the soul. This is just the illusion. Like I just found this channel. I don't be on YouTube. I don't do none of this shit, bro. I was just going through my phone and I just seen the title and I just clicked on the shit. I don't know. I don't got no Facebook. I don't got no Instagram. No, I just my spirit just and that's why I mean when here
Come on now.
I don't deal with all this shit. I was just going through my little YouTube. I never had Instagram, Facebook. I'm just talking. But
that's
yeah, the
fake
pillar
right
represents exactly. The pillar represents the legs or the backbone of Osiris, the thing that hold you up, right? Your backbone. But it's really talking about the woman that's the porthole for male and female to come through, right? To have the human experience. But it's only a dream from the soul or a simulation from the soul. Roll, roll, roll your boat, Jenny down the scream. Merrily, 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 merrily. Life is but a
dream.
Dream.
There you go.
Hey, you know, I'm gonna do this real quick because he's cooking, right? When he's giving y'all the knowledge of this sacred feminine, right? Remember that the boat creating the wake, but the wake is like a spiritual bridge. So this boat represent if you can look at how this water look, it look like a road. See, but look at the image. Like you see how the boat wake look like a highway or a road or a bridge. Now, watch this, right? Let me cook a minute real quick. Don't you know the woman when she getting married, she put the white dress on and drag the back of it, and she call herself a bride. But see, now look, this boat wake represent the bride and marriage. And why the woman drag a white dress to create the wake? Because look, the word bride is etymologically related to the word bridge, but won't nobody tell you why? Because the bridge and the bride, the woman is the gateway, the portal. Like, think about this, right?
There you go.
See what I'm saying? So we finna sync this shit all together, bro. Hey, this is dope. Let's do it. I'm gonna fall back. I appreciate everybody but allow me to be a student and a teacher.
Yo, Sanchez, that's Owen too.
Oh yeah, hey, look here, bro. Hold up, this nigga just snapped.
That's why I told you to pull that picture up. This
hold up, but bro, you know what's crazy about you bringing Owen up? I heard you say that, but you know how this symbolism go. It'll hop out at you when you You see what I'm saying? And it's crazy because I do this to y'all. And it's so fun to see when y'all do it to me.
I told you to pull that picture up. You was gonna catch it, right? I said pull that picture up.
He just got me with Owen good because I'm gonna show y'all why he got me with it. Watch this. Damn, bro, that's a good one. Watch this right here. Where the Owen image at? Damn, let me pull this up. I ain't even capping though. He snapped with that.
And that looked like a man, bro. That's what I was saying. It looked like a man on some like.
Still sharp and steel.
I'm telling you.
We're in the think tank right now, and we just building.
I'm telling you, look at this right here. He said that's Owen, and I looked at the boat. I'm like, damn. Owen is shaped like the boat, and he's creating the wake. Like he's the one waking people up and leading the way. It's crazy. Now you can see why the boat wake is called a wake. Because it is the bridge. See, because what happens is the souls that is under the water in the matrix, when they look up and see these disturbances in the sky or whatever, they follow the wake back to the, like this boat represent our ancestors who went ahead of us. They emerged from this ocean, and they like the boat that's headed on the surface. Like when I'm gonna show y'all what I'm talking about, because Oan is like the boat that, remember when the Pharaoh was on the outside of the cosmos here in his cosmic boat right here? That is the wake. That's the wake right there. Like he's creating a wake because people saying we gonna follow the Pharaoh for eternity, but it ain't like that. The Pharaoh is some cult leader.
I'm gonna tell you what the wait. Let me tell you what the weight is. The weight is the physical body and all the burdens and all the things that we do in this three-dimensional construct that we call life or reality, but it's merely a dream from the soul. So that's why you got the 42 negative confessions telling you I have never killed, I have never stole, I have never, whether the Bible stole the 10 Commandments from, but it was just talking about the soul has never stole, has never killed, but as a physical person, it's me, Little Pee-wee,
That's
Weed
deep.
Dog, Triple C,
Yep.
Anthony Broussard, all these titles that
Bro,
I hold, right?
come on
People
now.
know me from, right? That I
Yo.
do all these things.
Just
I'm
met
the
this dude,
adulterer,
and he
I'm
cooking.
a lie, I'm a killer. But the soul that's entered, that's why it's called negative convictions, because it's the soul that's experiencing the human experience, or the
Yeah.
duality, or the
Yep.
polarities of what little. So I'll be sitting in the middle. I'll be the Statue of Liberty coming out the water. I'll be Maya. I'll be as the soul. But little Pee-wee, he going through dualities. Wee Dog is going through dualities. He's going through polarities, good and bad, this and that. But as the judge, that's why I say don't judge nobody, because you gotta judge yourself, right? That's only if you're speaking as a I don't want to say God, as a supreme being, right? That's understanding that this is the simulation, that this is the dream, that this is the illusion, that this is the matrix, that this is a phase you're going through, because the redeemer is you the whole goddamn time.
That's what,
So
you know what's so
you
deep
gotta
about
redeem
that?
yourself.
Because that's what I was telling them the other day. Like, when we wake up from this, the real you didn't even really do this. It was the video game you.
Goddamn,
Because
I thought I had some children.
you know what?
I was a doctor. I thought I was a rapper.
Oh God, that I
Hey,
want
and
none
see,
of this.
that's what I'm saying.
I
But
was
you
a
know what?
prophet. I thought I was a
Let me
prophet.
point this out real quick, right? They teach us this in the church, but they misinterpret it when they say, when I leave this world, all old things pass away, and I'm a new person, new whatever I did in my body, that don't represent what my soul, because it's like we're
you back
right,
to a cycle of reincarnation, because
see,
the
but hold
Yo,
on.
let him
One
talk,
second.
bro. Stop cut him off.
Let me land real quick. What I'm saying is this: if the real us is this dude on the left, plugged up in a video game, living all this out, he didn't really kill nobody, steal from nobody, do none of that. It was all a dream. Life is but a dream. We just sung it, right? When I do something in a dream and I wake up here, I say, man, I'm glad that I'm out of there. Like,
Oh God,
you see what I'm saying? Or some crazy shit. So that's what this life is like, when we realize when it's all over. And what's crazy about a dream, you may do some dumb shit and get yourself shot in a dream. And when you wake up from it, you say, I know not, I won't do that. Like, the dream makes the mind don't distinguish between the dream versus the real world. Only thing I'm saying is it was all a dream. It's so dope. It's like the sin stays in my body, but it don't stay with me. Only thing we take in our soul is what we learned from the wrong or right we did, but we don't take the wrong or right to heaven. That's dope.
yo, bro Sanchez, I got a question. So that Eucharist you showed with the red and blue, the left and right, how would you connect that to the red and blue pill metaphor?
It's the I'm finna connect it. How about this? I'm finna make a dope ass deal with you, right? Cause I'm glad you brought that up. I'm finna answer you right now, starting with this image right here. And what I'm gonna do, I'm about to show you that the question you ask is dope, because let me show you why. The red and blue is dope because that represent magnetism, red and blue shift. But check this out, right? Here is, damn, hold on. Damn it, man. I just put this up the other day. I got so much shit. Here go the red and blue shift. Whoever doing the annotations, come on, man, don't do that. Let's get the scribble scrabble off. Come on, we ain't kids. It make me start looking at the panel like, who bored and want to scribble on the
That's
thing?
crazy.
Come on, man. Come on. With the annotations. All right,
And
so
I'll bring up something else. You are you familiar with the clip eye? So how you got the tree of life, the Sephiroth, the bottom side of the tree, the root system is the clip eye. So at the
Go
at the
ahead.
very bottom of the clip eye, so Kether, Kether on the tree of life is at the top. So in the clip eye, it's like it's flipped upside down. So at the very bottom, it's a sphere or a clipper called Thamael, and it's represented by the two-headed dragon that pretty much deal with duality. That's what it pretty much represent the duality and the chaos, because the tree of death or the clip eye is pretty much it's the dark, the feminine side, the dark, the chaotic side of the tree, the roots that pretty much emanate the tree. So it's almost like the way we see it when you got a Kabbalist, that a person that want to go to the light, like they want to only deal with the top of the tree, but they don't deal with the root system. They go up, but they don't got no roots, so they end up falling right on back down. But see, the way we look at it when we go into the roots, because we look at this kind of like the red pill. When you go into the roots, it's kind of like you shoot back up like a rocket. That's kind of how we see it, kind of like.
Yeah,
Hey,
that
my
is.
bad.
No,
can I
go
speak
ahead. No,
again?
go ahead, Keith. Hold up a second. Hold up a second. And one at a time. I ain't going nowhere. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, like when he was just talking about the bottom of that tree, they look like they rolled the trail from their boat, but they also personify Christ walking on water. Because if there was a
I'm
body,
I'm talking to these people now for the first time ever.
yeah, if there was a body, that'll be Christ walking on
I'm
water.
trying to drop game on them.
But it's
We got
also
you.
Moses splitting waters open too. This shit fire.
Yeah, them two pillars, the severity and the mercy.
Facts, but it also is like bro was saying, it's also a tunnel. So when we were talking about a train coming, that's the woman with her legs open and a ball of light, the train light on the front of it. That's the baby coming out. You know what I'm saying?
And
Is it cool?
and
Is it cool if I
another
speak now?
thing. Yeah, go ahead, man. You got it. Go ahead.
You guys were just talking about Moses, and I kind of wanted to bring up a little bit something about that, but I kind of wanted to go more into the astral projection type of conversation, if you don't mind. I was reading in the Bible how Moses was burning the bush to speak to God. So when I looked more into that, I looked into what plants contain the highest levels of DMT, and the third most highest was the acacia tree, and that was the bush that Moses was burning, speaking to God. That's how he was opening his pineal gland to get in tune with himself. And the only way this really works is when you do this, and you get to these other. It's not just other realms you're going to. Sometimes you go to these dark places that are deep within yourself, and you get really ego checked. And it makes you look at the world differently. And so people that have ego problems, they need to have an ego death.
That sounds like the clip eye. Like
That's another thing that
I wanna ask him something real quick
Yes, sir.
before we go further. You know that the Moses learned from the Egyptians, right? So the Egyptians was practicing their own form of Kabbalah. So the concept of the burning bush, I'm showing it to you right now. You see this bush on fire? This is the Kabbalah tree of life right here. But yeah, so I mean, I'm just throwing that in with you just to add on, because we just we just all throwing this knowledge from each other.
Yeah,
but yeah,
you're
I'm
right
with
on
you.
top.
Yeah,
I see it.
I could throw something in.
And you know, Moses also had a symbol of a serpent wrapped around a tree. And if you pull up the Kabbalah tree of life, you will see, if you pull up the Kabbalah tree of life, put in the word serpent, that the Kabbalah tree of life is often, that serpent staff Moses had. But see,
that's that zigzag pattern.
That's a part of activating the Kundalini.
Lucifer feel like
right,
light.
because and what that is the spinal cord again.
So you can open up that Kundalini not just by yoga, but doing the proper sound therapy.
But here's the thing though. the Kundalini gonna open up whether you don't want it to or not. When we talk about
people that break their back and things of these natures, they have these.
Hold up, brother. This is what you gotta realize, right? Because I see what's going on. I want you to hear me out, and I'm agreeing with you. You can get out of your body with all a coma state, lightning strike patients, mushroom users, all of this stuff you saying. And you can see the other side, but I'm also saying that this was something we can do without doing nothing at first. They manipulated the air, the food, and all that. That's why we started relying on mushrooms, all that.
That's why I started out by saying that they've calcified our brains and put these injections in our legs when we're babies, so we don't get to experience this at a young age. And this is what's
disclaimer.
Mothers should really have a birth within water and not cut the umbilical cord for hours later. That's also correct.
True.
You have that medical information, though.
So the only thing I'm saying is Moses was holding up the whole damn world in his hand. He got the whole world. That man, that staff was the universe, because why? just like the Pharaoh was holding the Jedi pillar. That's the central nervous system. That's where we're experiencing reality from right now.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to get to let you know that I really recommend that you try to do this sometime, bro. Is try the DMT and don't be scared.
But listen, here's the thing.
I'm not done talking. I'm not done talking. Please listen to me.
Go ahead.
This is important.
Sure. Go ahead, man.
This is actually important. A lot of people that do this DMT are so scared when they do it that they don't really go to these places they're supposed to, because they go to these fear-based realms. Now the key is when you do this for the first time, is to literally walk in there like you're a straight Jedi with a lightsaber, and when you get there, and nothing can do, and you're just indestructible. Now you have to go into these realms, especially the first couple of times thinking like this, to get the full potential out of where you're going. You can't have any fear when you go to these other places.
That is true. That is true.
With Don
I'm gonna tell you how I know that it's true, right? This is what I was gonna tell you when I was trying to interject. I astral projected once. I went on no drugs or nothing. I did a mental experiment, and anybody can try it. It'll help them astral project.
What happened? Where'd you go? What did it look like?
Well, I'll tell you the story, what I experienced real quick. So I was living by myself in a single bedroom studio and all that in Vegas near the Strip, and I was smoking weed, drinking beer, and I'm still trying to remember, was it weed at the time or this shit called spice, which was like some synthetic weed. But make a long story short, right? I was looking online about how to astral project. I was obsessed with it, man, because I had lucid dreamed and I woke up and I was just obsessed with all this. So the website said when you go to sleep, lay on your back, be very relaxed, and picture a rope hanging from the ceiling. And as you're falling asleep, say in your mind, not verbally with your mouth, I'm gonna astral project, I'm gonna astral project. Just repeat it calmly. Focus on breathing and being relaxed, and picture yourself pulling on a rope from the ceiling. So I kept doing that. Now here's the part where the story get crazy though. I was scared that this was gonna work and that I was gonna astral project.
You can't walk in the door scared, man. You got to be Jedi.
I got you. Let me show you what happened real quick now. So it's my first time though. I'm scared that what if it do work?
I understand.
So every time I'm about to fall asleep, I will wake myself up like, oh shit, like catch myself like because
I'm trying to snap themselves out of it too. You can't snap yourself out of it. You got to stay in it in the flow state.
But that, yeah, so you can hear what I'm saying because you ain't really hearing me.
Okay.
What I'm saying is when you dozing off like in a Freddy Krueger movie and you like, oh shit, I can't go to sleep because what if I astral project? I'm scared to do the thing that I'm trying to do, if that make any sense. Because I'm saying, what if it works? I'm gonna be on another realm and I'm gonna be scared. So I'm dozing off, and the moment I'm feeling my head lean, or I'm feeling myself doze off or whatever, I'm waking up out of fear. So I do that like 1 time, 2 times, and like the 3rd time I get up out the bed, I'm like, man, I can't sleep. I'm scared to sleep. I'm not gonna be able to do this. But here go the thing. I go to the sink. I start to like look in the mirror, and I realize the light on in the room. Some shit look different in the room. It don't look the same. And that's when I realized, oh shit, I just fell asleep. I'm astral projecting. I'm in another, I done had the light off, but the light on now. So the moment I realized that I'm astral projecting, I got so scared, I woke back up in my bed with the lights off and with my ears ringing and feeling like raindrops dropping on my skin.
Right. Oh, that's what's up. Can I say something right quick? I'm just gonna say something just to end here. We got to remember. As I'm just talking about to the melanated people that's right here listening to this conversation. That's why they say, what, be careful what you do, right? Be careful what you do. I'm talking about like drugs. Don't try this at home when you're doing a big stunt. And they say don't try this at home, right? Because some shit gonna come natural to certain blood types, or certain beings, or certain people. It's just gonna come natural, right? But some things that we use, that's for the lesser or the recessive gene, right? The recessive person or the lesser gene to tap into. Remember, black started everything. I ain't being right. I'm just talking. Black started everything. So we already had these sacred practices and everything that we didn't have to go into an elusive state or to use synthetic drugs to take us there, right? It was just that we was already on that plane. It's just the material world took us out that plane and took us all our magic. It took us all our shit. So what the point I'm trying to make is, you don't people don't need DMD, whatever you said. I'm just talking. I'm not making no. Some people don't need that. It's just the people that need help, that need that to trip them into something, or to shut down the brain that's on autopilot and only dealing with the 5 senses: what you see, smell, taste, feel, and hear. And that's the only thing that it computes. And that comes with the programming or what you was born in, your culture, or the environment that you're born in, things that you learn from your mother and father, school and education and religion and all these things like that. That's the only thing that computes. But some people already came back with the veil off, because the veil is the 2 physical eyes that's magnetized to the material world that it surrounds. But when you pull the veil off, now you're tapping into the 3rd eye or the 1st eye. It say when these 2 eyes, the 2 physical eyes, become one, the lens that you bring the physical world in will flip inwardly, and now the light will shine upon on you. It's all about the soul. It say the kingdom of heaven is within. It say that this is the temple of God. Now you're not looking for a reference or validation from the outer world, right? Because you comfortable with what you know and what you see. And when your eyes are really open, you will be disturbed, because you see that everybody around you ain't nothing but zombies and automatons, right? That's just in a program or a simulation that's artificial, that has been given to them by some kind of institution or some kind of doctrine, right? They don't even have an original thought, because their mind is on the TV, telling lies to their vision. It's on the radio. It's on the Facebook. It's on the YouTube. It's on all the devices to take you out your goddamn mind. And now you projecting your consciousness and need a validation from somebody else's perspective, how when you was born, how you should navigate yourself through the goddamn illusion. You in a dream within a dream in the goddamn simulation. So you'll never find yourself. So the point I'm just trying to say is don't base this whole story on some fucking DMD or some shit like that, because sometimes you go into sensory overload, right? Because you already got the shit. You got the shit inside. The kingdom is within.
You know, what I thought about? You know what I thought about? These things that they're bringing up, that is new age stuff. And the thing about it is mind altering substances. But the thing, right? But see, the thing about the truth, it ain't about literally necessarily altering the mind. It's about awakening the mind. So it's like opening the mind up to see what's beyond the veil. But I don't really think when y'all on these little substance trips that you seeing the real truth for real.
Right.
But
because it might be a delusional thing. But
that's because you haven't tried it yet.
But I'm gonna tell you what I heard. Let me say one thing real quick.
I'm telling you, you don't know what.
Hold on, real quick. I've heard people say the buildings is moving like liquid. The trees are like liquid. And man, it was weird. People's face was bubbling up. I was tripping out. So it ain't like they're saying a reality beyond this reality. They're saying this reality distorted because they're honoring mind alternating substance, which is different than the awakening I'm talking about with astral projection. Whatever they taken just altered their mind to distort this reality versus whatever they taken has altered their mind to distort this reality versus allow them to leave this reality to see one beyond this one. Yes, the ancients was doing mushrooms, and the ancients was growing their own mushrooms, and the ancients knew what was in them. And the ancients knew what was in the air they breathe, water they drink, and all that. Bro, even if you become a vegan, the vegan plants and stuff that you're eating may still be genetically modified. They got a law where they didn't want to tell you now. They messing up the soil, all that. So it's becoming a time, bro, where all of the people was just talking about raising the Kundalini. They weren't saying they had mushrooms and all that. You can read about taking those, but this was something else when they was talking about this.
You could reach these altered states of consciousness by being very healthy. Also, I never said you
that's true. And I'm saying that hold on real quick. I'm saying that something special happening on the earth right now in a time of Aquarius where people are gonna reach these altered states of consciousness through anger and through a triggering in their DNA based upon them raising up against the powers that be. Because think, and I'm finna land right here, but y'all, I don't want to take long, but when y'all cut in, it makes me harder to land. But check this out. This only take 10 seconds. The reason, people having a hard time reaching these altered states that you talking about is because, according to the Hindu, all these people, they reach them through quieting their mind in a meditative state. Now listen,
that's also big. That's also a big thing, and I meditate every day and practice yoga every day.
I'm trying to land. I'm trying to land so I can get you. What I'm saying is this.
I'm just letting you know I've been there millions of times.
Bro, can you please let him talk?
He's not talking about you. He just talking about different scenarios.
Anybody can do it.
Right.
Bro, let him talk.
What I'm saying is this, bro. A lot of people find it hard to quiet their mind. For example, I smoke weed. And I find when I smoke weed, I can quiet my mind. I'm saying we use a lot of tools to help us quiet our mind, because that's the gateway into silence in this world out to see the next world beyond it. But I think that we don't need none of that stuff, but we can literally find the right environment. Like some people had what they call a shrine, a sanctuary. That was just a place that they was comfortable at. It may be in a closet, may be in the jungle, in the woods behind your house somewhere you built. Like you just stumbled across ancient shrines. These are like spiritual spaceports where people will go meditate there and literally pop the head out of this reality. You see what I'm saying? So,
that's it, bro.
and find a place to quiet themselves, yeah, and get
And
away.
remember, they had all these things, like you said, the shrooms, the LSD. They had all these things, but remember, we went in there and civilized the goddamn Spaniards. We civilized humanity. I'm talking about the black people. I'm just talking. I ain't.
Yeah.
So we have certain little things to train or help the baby races, right? Because they don't got the melanin. Melanin amplifies everything. I'm talking about you see better, you taste better, you feel better, you love better. But at the same time, you feel pain better, right? You feel pain better and all this shit. But I'm just saying, and some things that was wrong out that we had was to help the younger races, right? To tap in to the things that we already knew naturally. That's all I was just trying to say. But
And I want to say this real quick. You got a troll in the chat room. I'm going to offer you to come on up, man. Said we devil worshippers. The thing is, I don't think that no red dragon exists. You're a grown ass person that believe in boogeyman. So when you say that I worship the devil, I decipher the devil. I know that the serpent represent Kundalini and not no monster. And so hold on, y'all. We gotta be one at a time. But check this out, right? A Byron Bull. When you say, let me. I ain't talking to nobody on the call right now. Mute up, y'all. I'm addressing a chat troll real quick. So, Byron, why don't you enjoy the call? You know what I'm saying? Somebody said weed really destroys your willpower. When it comes to weed and a person's willpower, it's every man got to speak for theyself. I don't think weed destroyed Bob Marley's willpower. I don't think Bob Marley would have been Bob Marley without weed. I wouldn't even want to listen to him right now. Same with Snoop Dogg. It depends on what my will is. My willpower is the ability for me to manifest my will. So if my will is to light up a damn blunt right now, you go figure. So check this out. I got to troll back. I swear I'm going to give y'all the mic. The brother said,
Brother Sanchez,
stupidity. Teaching moment. Brother said, and I'm glad you did too. Brother said self-enlightenment has no fear. No, you lying. I ain't never taught that. Self-enlightenment comes with bravery and fear. See, a person can't be brave without fear. A soldier ain't brave without fear. The fact that they were scared but still did it is what make them brave, not the fact that they wasn't scared. It's the fact that they was scared but said, fuck that, nigga, I'm finna God this for my family. You know, that's so, and that's what I'm saying. Like these people speak from ignorance, and that's why I'm using it as a teaching moment, right? And I'm finna pass the flow. The brother said, why you keep coming back to earth? Stay your ass in that realm, because this realm is evil. Let me tell you what, I don't have a concept of this realm being evil. I have a concept of this realm being evil and good, but that this realm is fake. I don't never say that this realm is evil. I say that this realm is evil and good, but what make this world an enemy to me is that it ain't your house ain't evil just because it ain't my damn home. That's your house, man. This ain't my home. I'm not from here. I have a soul that's from a higher plane of existence, And my only beef with this place is I can't get comfortable in it because it ain't my damn house.
Man, let me interject because you cooking and you actually know what's going on, because he said this place is evil, but everything is a duality, and then you don't only want to be on the duality thing. You want to be the observer, not the
Exactly.
participant. When a nigga tell you about evil and good and bad, that means that they're participating inside the duality or the polarity. But anyway, evil, if you spell that backwards, that means live. See? It's a trick on everything, is a mirror. And
We
then
the fallen angels.
wait, listen. And then when the nigga talk about the goddamn the the devil and all that, well, listen, it's a duality. Because in the Old Testament, I'm just bringing those scriptures people probably know. In the Old Testament, they say Lucifer was the fallen angel, or the light, or the morning star. By the time you get to the New Testament, Jesus is the morning star. So they one in the goddamn same. See?
But see, they talking about us. When they talk about Lucifer, Jesus, because when you look at that tree of life, that zigzag,
Exactly.
that zigzag on that tree. That's why I say he fell like lightning. That's that zigzag you see on that tree of life. That serpent.
Yeah.
Jesus and Satan is like the pH balance of like your spiritual pH balance. One hot, one cold.
But they on the same bar.
Same bar.
You know what I'm saying?
Like Buddy was talking about them DMT trips, like back in the day, I listened to that, but it's kind of like promoting drug use, bro, because you can not eat or you can stay up for like 3, 4, 5 days and you will start tripping, just staying up or not eating, or you can just dance around and vibrate your body a certain way and say certain words and go in a trance. That's what African
Right.
You know the way I see it,
But
it's the dosage.
not only that,
It's the
you don't want
dosage.
to
It's the dosage that determines if it becomes medicine or poison. You see what I'm saying?
The dopamine in your brain, what it is, and you can laugh a lot. You can laugh so much and slip into another reality from laughing, from having so much dopamine in your brain. So there's artificial dopamine what that drug give you. You could get dopamine naturally from
Nah,
what bro
you
said.
right too. You heard Key. When you die, Key, when you born, you have 2 DMT trips. When you're born and when you die, you release DMT out your brain. So the DMT that they take, and that's synthetic. So you're right.
Synthetic.
I'm talking about shrooms. I don't know.
You can have another DMT trip, right? And understand without no drug that it's called the dark night of the soul. If you know anything about Carl Jung, the psychologist. But anyway, it's called the dark night of the soul because I actually had this. If you have a breakup, if your foundation that you was rooting yourself in come to an altering stop, and it could be a breakup with a relationship, it could be a death of a family member, and
Lose
then
a job.
you start to realize that you are the only one here. Is you if somebody steal your perception when you born and indoctrinate you with an education, religion, or whatever they want you to be programmed into, you never had an original thought. And sometimes it takes a traumatic experience to break the program. See, it don't gotta be no fucking drugs. Because drugs is just somewhere to hook you on and you just looking for a sensation or a feeling. Right? So sometimes it could be a personal thing that was holding your whole means of living up. I'm successful. I got this business. I got my wife. I got my kids. And then you get fired. And in your mind, you start to panic. You're in fight or flight. Now I can't provide. And then you'll come into a realization, or your mama died. It's just certain things that trigger the dark night of the soul. See, but I ain't even talking about shadow work right now. I'm just talking about that could bring you into another realization that you is the one that's visualizing. You put Michael Jackson on that motherfucking stage.
Yeah, and see in Kabbalah they call that
you everything that you seeing, you made that shit happen. See, you did that. But if they could steal if a motherfucker could steal your perception with the TV, with the radio, with an education, with religion, you just a goddamn automaton, a zombie.
That's
You just a follower.
yeah.
You not the goat. You the lamb. You the fucking lamb. I don't want to be no lamb. I don't need nobody over me. I don't need no shepherd. I'm the Christ. And it's to talk about my consciousness, my self-awareness. Not no nigga.
Yo, Sanchez, you
Not
could bring
no,
up the man of sin.
let me be
Yeah,
quiet.
and you
My
know,
bad.
okay, and then after you go in with the man of sin, then yeah, I'm gonna cook with you too, because like this man of sin was something I didn't spend a lot of time talking about, but yeah, for sure, man. Take it from there.
One
There you
thing
go.
I want to yeah, because you always brought that up, and I always wanted to talk about it. Doesn't that look
What?
like you could go ahead, what you say?
No, I'm sorry. I was gonna say, what is the man of sin? Is something that you be talking of? Because I know that sin is the ancient word for sin. They say
Well,
we born in the world of sin, but we really born in the world of skin, and skin has restrictions because the soul is trapped behind cells and tissues. But you go to jail and you think that you locked up, but you already locked up. Everybody that I see, and I know that's in the physical body, they sold out already. You know why I say this? Because you think a motherfucker that's a rapper or with the Hollywood sold out. Now you sold out because you identify with the title that your mother and your father or what society gave you when you was born. See,
Bro,
and now you put your soul on the back burner.
let him break
That's
it
called
down,
the
bro.
resurrection or the crucifixion.
so
The
watch
crucifixion.
this, right?
Yes,
Watch
sir.
this. Um, real quick, this brother here brought up the man of sin. Do me a favor, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't want I want him to not lose his train of thought with it. So Matthew Lee, with all due respect to both of y'all, but and salute to Weed Dog. He going, it's a fire panel, man.
Yes,
But
sir.
the
I want to
brother
learn
who
about the sin anyway.
let the brother who put it go on speak Bill on it real quick.
Nah, because I just seen some syncretism since you brought it up when I first seen it. Doesn't that look like the king on the deck of cards?
It looked just like his ass. Like they damn near, bro. God, it's like they copied this dude's
Joker.
face to it. No, that's the king right there. Hold up, hold
Yeah,
up.
that's the king from the deck of cards, like the
On the
original
bicycle,
king,
on the
like the
bicycle
old.
deck.
Yeah, the old deck of cards from like the 90s to the 80s. That's the king on there.
Man, that's him, bro.
I wish I had some understanding what the man of sin is.
Damn, that's him.
You know, the background on it, like, cause I'm like, yes,
Nah, yeah, Sanchez, break that down to him about the voodoo doll, bro. Please.
do it for me, big bro. Come on,
Okay,
man.
I got you. So look, all of those little alphabet points that you see on the man of sin, each one of them represent one of the energy points that we call the chakras, but it can be each one control a different aspect of the self, like your pride, your sexuality, your appetite for all that. So when they say the 7 deadly sins, they talking about these energy points, these 7
deadly sins. Oh, I thought you said the man is. Oh yeah,
no,
yeah.
no. It ain't the 7 deadly sins. I'm finna show you how that ties into the man of sin. See, those alphabets that you see going into him, they represent. Let me pull this up real quick.
Man,
This
yes,
is
bro.
the.
No, I got you now. Now I got the
Bro,
color.
let him cook, bro. Let him cook, bro. Please, bro. Let him do this, bro. Let him cook. That's the voodoo doll, bro. Let him
Hit
do
the
his
mute
thing.
button.
Man,
So
I'm hitting my mute button.
So check it out right here, right? This is like a form of what they call Satanism. Because again, what is Satanism? Satan is the knowledge of the soul in the earth realm, or the knowledge of the fallen angel, which is your soul, how it became a voodoo doll, which is the flesh package, the meat body. So when the church is showing you this, they're literally showing you these needles that you see when they said Jesus was pierced in all of his sides. Jesus represent what? Sin. What did Jesus have on? A crown of thorns. This is the original Jesus right here, the man of sin pierced in his sides with the crown of thorns. But what it originally meant in 1737, if you look down there, this is from Boston, from the New England Primer. Look at the picture. This was 1737. Before this shows us that the story of Jesus ain't even as old as we think it is everywhere in the world. And this may sound crazy, but in the 1700s in Boston, the man of sin wasn't even Christ, according to this, in the Vatican at least. So even in the, so what they say, what about Jesus? Jesus was like a voodoo doll, because why? A voodoo doll can't do what it want to do. If I make a voodoo doll that look like any one of y'all on the panel, whatever I do to the doll gonna happen in real life. If I make the doll sit down, you gonna sit down. If I make the doll do jumping jacks, you gonna do jumping jacks. So if you think about it, Jesus was a voodoo doll for the Lord in heaven. That's why Jesus couldn't do what he wanna do. Jesus had to let God's will be done, because he was like a puppet with strings attached. And the strings attached to the puppet is these little lines that you see going to the man of sin, because the God can only control our body. It ain't talking about the Most High. It's talking about the demigod that run this simulation, because what controls the man of sin? Because the man of sin represents the body. It represents the soul. What's the word? It represents, I got you, bro. It represents the soul's overindulgence or indulgence in the body. So that's why overindulging on any of these deadly sins will keep this puppet on the stage, but his goal is to cut the strings and get off the stage. And where did we hear that story from? Pinocchio, who wanted to have free will and cut the strings from the Father, which, you see what I'm saying? So the Father, the symbol of the Father, the original symbol of God was a hand. That's because it represents a puppet master. Like, this talks about our journey to master our mind and control our body, which is what all spiritual systems was based upon, self-control, mind over matter, because whatever your body doing, it's a result of your thought paradigm. So the strings that's attached to this puppet represent the neural highways and thought paradigms that control our day-to-day functions. This is the science of self-discipline, which is what religion was supposed to be about, until they turned it into tithing and dumbing everybody down, and you know where we at now. So,
and belief.
So what you think about the what I brought up with the deck of cards? How you think they? Because I just feel like they saying, "All right, it's a game." No, I don't know, but what's your perspective on that, bro?
Yeah, the thing about the deck of cards, I'm still in the process of trying to figure that out and trying to, you know what I'm saying, really. Yeah. Because the thing about these cards, I never really it's so much to decode. I've touched on them briefly, on how they as above, so below, how the king is pointed up and down. Like, I'll show you what I mean with what I'm saying about the deck of cards is based upon the original depiction of their god Saturn. I'm gonna show y'all what I'm talking about, but look, I gotta get ready to my time exhausted, man. But watch this real quick. As you can see,
thank you, bro. I love it.
I'm gonna do more of these. You can see Saturn right there on the left, right there. How he, like, part of him is facing up, part facing down, like on the deck of cards. How they have the king, the queen, all of them like
as
that.
above, so below.
As above, so below. Yeah, and that's because when you deal in a deck of cards, you don't want people to have to take all day flipping all of their cards upright. So really, no matter how they get dealt the card, it's in the right position. Yeah, it's a mirror. Yeah.
Oh you huge body that. I appreciate that, bro.
Man, I'm glad. Man, I just subscribed to you, Brother Sanchez. Bro, this is some random shit I was just doing. I was looking for really like some mukbang shit. I like to eat. I be watching little mukbang videos and shit. That might be a daily sin glut. So I be like to watch. I be watching. I like to eat, so I be watching. And that motherfucker just popped on my timeline and it said Gnostic. I said, hold on, that's my shit. That's where I'm.
Hell yeah.
I'm one of them.
It ain't
Nah,
a
real
lot.
talk.
And you know what's crazy? You can't just look at a person and tell if they're a Gnostic or not. We still in hiding. Because check this out, right? It's because it's like at some point on the earth, it's like a Gnostic today is an ex-Christian that woke up, whereas way back in the day, everybody was Gnostic and the Christians was new. They was new.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you know, we were born into a new world where this new church doctrine been popular for like a few years. But this crazy how it comes back around when they say, well, the truth is written in our DNA. It's in our blood. It's an awakening.
Becoming out of apostasy of believing into Aquarius, which is knowing, right? Becoming out something totally different, out the water. A whole new spirit, a whole new entity. Right? So yeah, it's supposed to be like this. I mean, you know, I'm just saying everybody's not gonna get it, but every soul kind of eventually what you was talking about earlier, gonna lead they splash pattern, right? Because that's the bill that's over their eyes, they splash pattern. But it's all good because as long as you got a soul, you could be redeemed, but you just a immature soul or soul that's trying to figure it out. You probably gotta go come back a couple of more times. But then the cycle of reincarnation is actually being dissipated because the light that bringing motherfuckers back is starting to dimmer out. This shit is over with. I love it. It's talking about destroying this shit, not keeping this this dream alive. Like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, let me be quiet.
Peace.
Hello,
Peace.
Brother Sanchez.
Oh yeah, let me let the sister in. I'm tripping, man. Let's take your
How's
time,
everybody
Sister Paula.
doing?
How you doing?
there, how you doing?
I'm doing very good. I was here for the show like 2 days ago, with the Hebrew Israelites. It's pretty crazy. Before I wanted to say my comments, I noticed something about the sin picture that you had up there. The man with the sin.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't know why I noticed this, but if you look on his head, don't you think that looks like they call it pagoda, but it's like those Japanese temples that are stacked up?
Yeah, that's facts.
And I thought that was
definitely
weird how
noticed
it's
that.
on his head too.
Yeah.
Reaching different levels of knowledge.
Them Japanese temples, they
See,
really kind of look like the spine. They kind of resemble like the jet pillar.
Yeah, that's
it
something.
is that the Babel Tower, she just made another synchronicity is all the same. Just like this, like it ain't really a lot of different stories on the earth. They all trace back to this one truth. Because this same image I'm showing now, they tell this same story in the form of the Iron Maiden. They say it's a torture device, but it ain't a torture device. It's these spikes that's poking your ass. That was to teach this. You see how he looked like an Iron Man and he looked stiff and shit. That's because it was a God body or a guide body to teach about all the neural points that's connected to the central nervous system, which is why he is the Jedi pillar that y'all just talked about. Because the Jedi pillar ain't nothing but the God body. And that is the central nervous system. And I know I keep throwing that around, but watch this real quick. This will make it clear.
Now you good, yeah.
Here go the universe right here according to the Norse. But check this out. This universe right here ain't nothing but the spinal column. Now I did bring some watch this right.
There you go.
Well,
there you go.
Let me cook with 1 second. Here go the ancient Hebrew cosmos right here, or the stairway to heaven. You can see a dude like Enoch resurrecting, going up through the layers. Now, if you look really good at this image, you can see that these are like water layers, underwater lakes separated by underwater lakes. You can see there's a surface there. He's going through each one is like resurfacing through a lifetime. But the whole thing is, right? And what it is a person consciousness rising up their own spinal column, or what they call the Kundalini rising. So I made this collage for y'all. Check this out.
Well, your ass, you got it. You got it, dog pack.
Watch this last collage though. That's a spinal cord right there. And to the right is the inside of a church. Now, if you look at the inside of a church, how it's built is made to resemble the spinal column. And when you walk toward the head of the church, why you think they call it the head? Because that's the top of the spine, where the head sit. And that's where consciousness is seated, and that's represented by the pastor teaching, speaking, telling, you know. So that's crazy how this was the Babel Tower knowledge. But we're going to go deep into this syncretism and all this. I'm going to let the sister get the, land her plane, and we're going to get up, get up out of here. But yeah.
I want to say one thing. Signs and symbols are important. That's why they say a picture is worth 1,000 words. You could, by just the pictures in your presentation, if you got insight, you could understand what's going on. But yeah, I'm gonna be quiet.
And we'll be back, man, to do another one, and we all will be able to do this again. But yeah, salutes to everybody. See y'all on the next one. Peace and much love. We out. I hope. And if anyone else donated, let me see. Leonard Robertson, appreciate the love and the donation. We out, man. Let me let my panel off. I'll see y'all on the next one. Shout out to everybody that was on the panel.